Please be seated. Oh, okay. Order. We come to notices of motions. Does any member wish to give notice of a motion? Yes, honorable member. Yes, honorable member of the ANC at the back.
Thank you, Comrade Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the effects of drugs in our schools and the young generation in our communities and how to address this challenge. I thank you.
Honorable Maimane.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the state of corruption in South Africa, noting that A, the exorbitant cost of the upgrades to the President's private residence at Nkandla far exceeds the value of upgrades while allowing him to benefit unduly. That B, the upgrades we're undertaking at the behest of the President, but escalate by officials who had no regard for responsibilities for use of public funds. Thirdly, that corruption extends...
Point of order, Speaker.
What's the point of order, Honorable Kubai?
The motion read by Honorable Maimane is preempting the debate that is before the House. The rules do not allow what he's doing.
Which is correct, Honorable Member.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is not calling for this matter to be discussed today when the report is being discussed. It's giving notice of a motion for a future day. There's no way it's going to anticipate exactly what is going to be said in the debate later today.
But the issue is on the order paper. That is the whole point.
Madam Speaker, with respect, it's giving notice of a motion. It's not a motion without notice, asking for it to be agreed and adopted today. It's giving notice that on a future date, the Honourable Maimane would like to discuss this matter. It's also far more wide-ranging than the ad hoc committees of the police.
How do you know that, Honourable
Because I've read the motion with respect.
Honourable Steenhuisen, the motion is sustained. Can I have
The motion
any
is
other
sustained.
member?
Thank you.
Yes, Honourable
Thanks. The
member.
motion is sustained.
I wasn't
Thank you.
finished.
The point of order is sustained.
But I wasn't finished, Madam Speaker.
But
Madam Speaker, I wasn't finished. If I can finish, then it
no,
will...
Honourable Maimane, I have sustained the
No,
point
but
of
the point
order.
of order...
Please submit your motion and we will
But
look
I need to
at
finish the last two
its
bits.
correctness or otherwise.
It is correct in
No,
this instance.
Honourable Member, please now take your seat.
Madam Speaker,
I recognize the member of the EFF.
point of order.
No, Honourable Steenhuisen.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Your point of order is still about the Maimane.
It's not, Madam Speaker. I would
What
like
is
you
it?
to refer this matter to the Rules Committee for a ruling on it.
Honourable member of the EFF.
I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates poor and delayed response time by emergency medical services, especially in rural areas.
Honourable Kubisa.
Madam Speaker, on the next sitting day of this House, I shall move on behalf of the NFP that the House deliberates on the way the South African Music Rights Organization, SAMRO, deals with all affairs of musicians, particularly the payments or royalties and other benefits to musicians in the Republic of South Africa. This emanates from the allegation that SAMRO has failed to account for the payout of 500 million for the 2012-2013 financial year. So move.
Honourable Carter.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the Congress of the People that at the next sitting of the House, the National Assembly discusses the immoral and unlawful behaviour of SASSA officials who make illegal deductions from pensioners and child grant recipients. I so move.
the honorable member of the EFF at the back.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of EFF that's in its next sitting. The House debates the current state of transformation of South African sports, rugby and cricket in particular. After 21 years of freedom and the need for punitive action against sporting bodies that refuse to embrace the transformed and united sport. So move.
Honorable member of the DA.
Thank you. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the eThekwini municipalities recently imposed severe water restrictions on the KwaZulu-Natal North Coast and how neglect and a lack of maintenance exacerbated conditions caused by a lower than average rainfall. I so move.
Honorable member at the back.
Madam Speaker, I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the reinstatement of finishing schools for those rural communities who cannot afford transport costs for their children to TVET colleges.
Yes, honorable member. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I shall move at the next sitting of this House that the House debate the dire need to bring about significant, sustainable structural changes to the South African economy in order to increase job creation, as growth is currently being led by consumption-driven sectors which are growing twice as fast as the production sectors. I thank you.
Honorable member of the EFF.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that in its next sitting, the House debates high level of indebtedness among employees, whom many cannot afford increasing standard of living, and report to resigning and cashing their pension prematurely.
Honorable member, Honorable Beekman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the implementation of the recommendations of the National Planning Commission with regard to the professionalisation and demilitarisation of the South African Police Services.
Honorable member at the back.
Thanks a lot, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House should discuss ensuring all the pending and controversial areas in the process of municipal demarcation are resolved in time before the 2016 local government elections. I thank you.
Honorable member of the DA.
Diabulela Somlomo. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates how the lack of monitoring and compliance enforcement of the Department of Mineral Resources over the 1,400 plus licensed and countless unlicensed mines negatively impacts the environment, health of surrounding communities, and threatens food security. Further, whether the authority to approve EIA should be returned to the Minister of Environmental Affairs. I here so move.
Honorable member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the very slow results coming out of Operation Pakisa and what is the cause for this.
Honorable member Van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move on behalf of the IFP that this House, at its next sitting, debate the recent alarming attacks on the media by prominent leaders, which falsely seek to portray our print media as a political opposition, and which further seeks to suggest that doing their work without fear of favour is closer to treason than patriotism, and the need to reaffirm the Fourth Estate as an invaluable pillar of our democracy. I so move.
Honorable member of the DA.
On behalf of the DA, I move that at its next sitting, the House debates the practices of virginity testing and ukutwala, particularly in the light of the fact that at its recent Congress, the ANC Women's League endorsed both of these patriarchal practices. Thank you.
The Honorable Bengu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby move that the House in its next sitting debates the pillars of the South African mixed economy and how they relate to community economic development. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the legal aspects of the position taken by the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform through the communal land tenure policy that on matters relating to land and land reform in the rural countryside, the department will only deal with traditional council, not with communal property association. I so move.
Honorable Member of the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the plight of women in rural areas of South Africa and how they participate in programs to change their lives for the better. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member of the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters that in its next sitting, the House debates the growing phenomenon of evictions of farm laborers despite legislative mechanisms such as the Extension of Security of Tenure Act and the Interim Protection of Informal Land Rights Act, and what needs to be done to ensure the security of tenure of all farm workers and rural dwellers. Thank you.
We now come to motions. The Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House debates the biased and harebrained interpretation of rules, such as the non-existent sub judice rule and the misuse of the rule of anticipation by certain presiding officers to suppress freedom of speech in this House. I so move.
We now come to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Honorable Member of the NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of the National Freedom Party, I move without notice that this Honorable House notes that the government had stated its intention to convert all temporary healthcare workers posts to permanent posts, and further notes that the NFP has consistently championed the cause of health workers in the country in their quest to have the government convert their employment from temporary to permanent and ensure all healthcare workers enjoy the benefit accordingly. Finally, notes that the process of converting the temporary post to permanent post has now been confirmed and has begun in Port Elizabeth. Wherefore, we call upon this Honourable House to congratulate the government and the Department of Health on finally starting to implement the conversion of temporary healthcare posts to permanent posts, and urge the Department of Health to accelerate the process across all provinces. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
As Speaker, the EFF objects. We are the only party that sympathizes with the workers. And we are the only party that can transform that sector.
Honorable Member,
we object to that motion.
If you object, then the motion falls off. Any other motion without notice? Honorable Kubisa.
Madam Speaker, I hereby move without notice on behalf of the NFP that this House notes that a tragic accident happened yesterday near Umhlali, north of Durban in KwaZulu-Natal. This House further notes that a taxi collided with the train and 14 people died on the scene of the accident, and others were critically injured, were taken to the hospital. Recognizing that this accident has taken the lives of our brothers and sisters who were breadwinners of their families, hereby calls upon this Honourable House to convey its condolences to the families, relatives, and friends of the deceased persons. Further calls upon the Department of Transport and the Department of Transport, Public Safety and Community Liaison in KwaZulu-Natal to conduct an investigation into the cause of the accident and report to the families of the deceased, the injured, and the public. This House calls upon all road users to exercise caution when they are on the road. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The EFF sends condolences to the families who lost their loved ones, but we
Honorable
object.
member, if you object, just say you object. Don't make a speech. Any other motions without notice? Honorable Waters.
Gelaborge, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that this past Sunday, the 16th of August 2015, an EMED Rescue 24 aeromedical aircraft crashed into the Tygerberg Nature Reserve just outside of Cape Town. Further notes that the tragedy claimed the lives of 2 pilots, a paramedic, an 80-year-old patient, and the patient's daughter. Acknowledges that the aircraft was transporting a patient from Oranjemund in Namibia to Mediclinic Panorama before it went missing shortly prior to its scheduled arrival at 7 a.m. Further acknowledges that the South African Civil Aviation Authority has begun its extensive investigation into the cause of the accident and conveys its sincere condolences to the families of the 5 victims and wishes them well during this difficult time. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Condolences to the family of the victims, but the EFF objects.
I move on. Is there any other member with a motion without notice? Honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the NFP without notice that this House notes that on Monday, 17th of August 2015, a bomb exploded close to a shrine in the center of the Thai capital in Bangkok. And finally notes that at least 12 people died and more than 20 were injured in the bomb attack. And wherefore we call upon this House to condemn any act of violence directed against the civilians, convey condolences and its sympathy to the government of Thailand and all other countries whose citizens were killed or injured during the bomb blasts. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We are objecting, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable member of the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, this House notes the sad passing of Democratic Alliance PR Councillor in eThekwini, Brian J. Nathan, who represented the community of Tongaat north of Durban. Further notes that Councillor J. Nathan passed away on Saturday, the 15th of August, after a gallant fight against stage 4 cancer. Acknowledges the significant contribution he made over 19 years in public office to the community of Tongaat, the eThekwini municipality, many charitable organizations that work to uplift the poorest of the poor, and the many cancer organizations he worked to raise money for. Further acknowledges that he chronicled his life experiences in a recently published book entitled Breaking Barriers. And finally conveys our heartfelt condolences to his wife, Ghanem J. Nathan, his 3 daughters, and family and friends of Mr. J. Nathan. He was a dedicated public representative, and his commitment will be sorely missed by the city of Durban. He was a true hero and a people's politician.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Speaker, condolences to the family of the deceased. That's an internal matter. We object to it.
Are there other motions without notice?
Honorable Speaker, we've got motions without notice. Yeah, can you please recognize us?
Honorable Rosina.
Speaker, it cannot be right for EFF to object every motion and deny all of us to send condolences and standing up here and making condolences.
Point of order.
It's point of order.
Point of order.
I think
We've got a right to object.
Honorable Siminya, you should leave the EFF to be who they are. Honorable member at the front.
Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House knows that on Sunday, the 16th of August, that day marked 3 years since the ANC government connived with capital to mercilessly murder 34 black mine workers in Marikana, whose only sin was to demand a fair and living wage in return for their hard labor. FEDA knows that all indications were there that the ANC government had premeditated the murder of the workers. The mortuary vans, the murder of people as they were on the run, all point to the extent to which the ANC has gone in its anti-people and pro-capital governance stance. Acknowledges that 3 years after the massacre of the workers in Marikana, not a single person has taken responsibility. Not a single person has been tried, let alone found guilty. The workers were treated and killed as non-humans, and even in their death, they are treated as people who do not matter. The government of Jacob Zuma and the architects of their death, Cyril Ramaphosa, is oblivious to the pain and suffering the families of the workers are going through. FEDA acknowledged that the children and widows of those killed for demanding a living salary are forced into a life of destitution, with no one looking after them. Calls on government and lawmen to honor the memories of those who died by granting that sacred demand of the workers, 12,500 monthly salary, with immediate effect. FEDA calls upon Cyril Ramaphosa to use the very little conscience left in him and take a personal commitment
Objections, Speaker.
by resigning from the position he holds.
Yes, Honorable.
He cannot murder 34 people and
Honorable
still be a
Speaker,
deputy president of
there's
the
the
country.
Deputy President of the
FEDA
Republic,
calls on
not
government
Cyril
to make
Ramaphosa
August
himself.
16 an annual day of remembrance
Member.
to remind our nation of the
Honorable member of
consequences
the EFF.
of giving power to an unaccountable former liberation movement that has since sold its
Honorable
soul
member.
to the highest bidder. FEDA calls on government and lawmen to form a compensation fund
Honorable member,
to look after the interests of the families of
You
the
must
murdered workers.
call a
you.
member of this House an honorable member. You call members of this House honorable members.
Honorable Speaker.
Is there any
Honorable
other
Speaker. On a point of
honorable
order.
members?
Point
If
of-
there
point
are
of
no
order.
objections, I put the motion.
On a point
Honourable
of
Speaker.
order.
Speaker, the ANC objects to the motion.
So the motion stands down. Are there any further motions without notice? Honorable member at the back, Honorable Macheke.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move without notice on behalf of the United Democratic Movement that the House notes that a woman was reported missing about 2 weeks ago. On the 5th of August 2015 in KwaZulu-Natal was found and buried in a shallow grave, according to the statement released by the police. Further notes that 3 men aged between 18 and 20 who are allegedly to have committed murder of Thandazile Mpumzi, aged 20, from Emanguzini were also arrested. Commends police on the great work that they have done after they received a tip-off. Further commends the person that gave the tip-off to the police and encourage all the citizens to report to the law agencies any form of crime and violence committed against people. Condemn violence against any citizen and in particular against the most vulnerable groups in our society. Wish that the perpetrators of this inhumane, atrocious and barbaric act face the full mighty of law. Send condolences to the Mpumzi family. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object, Honorable Speaker.
Are there any other motions without notice? The honorable member at the back.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House
notes that the Department of Human Settlements recently named the City of Cape Town's Community Residential Unit Refurbishment Project in Q-Town Athlone the best community residential unit project in the country. Further notes that the awards were started by the department in 2006 in honor of Mr. Govan Peggy and his vision for the preservation of human dignity for all. Acknowledges that the Q-Town project forms part of the city's community residential refurbishment program, which has been implemented across the metro in an effort to improve the living conditions of the residents. Also acknowledges that this program has been the first in South Africa to be implemented on such a large scale and has comprised the upgrade of more than 7,500 community residential units, which are situated in some of the most volatile areas in the city. Further acknowledges that the success of the Q-Town project can be attributed to the establishment of a network of private-public partnership with more than 50% of the total labor budget being set aside for local labor from the Q-Town community. Congratulates the City of Cape Town for this remarkable accomplishment. Thank you.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
Speaker, we object. The whole of the Cape Flats remains one huge squatter camp.
Are there any other motions without notice? Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, based on the Public Protector's report titled On the Point of Tenders, the ANC calls upon the Public Protector to think about possibility of testifying in the on-point matter that includes Ratanang Trust of Honorable Malema, which is said to have unduly benefited from Limpopo Department of Roads and Transport tenders. On-point report of Public Protector investigated allegations of impropriety and corruption involving tenders in connection with the above companies.
If there are no objections,
This
I
is the
put the
very
motion.
cheapest of politics, Speaker. We object.
But also the irrelevance of that motion. There's no
Honorable
case against the
Shibambu,
commander.
take your seat.
But at least members must think before
Honorable
they speak.
Shibambu, please take your seat.
Okay.
Are there any other? Yes, Honorable Maxon.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move without notice that the House notes that recent research paper by the Wits University Society Work and Development Institute titled Platinum, Poverty and Protest, Platinum Mining and Community Protest around Rustenburg. Further notes that this research paper found that platinum mines have become a curse to the communities around the mines, who lost their land to the mines, getting nothing in return but environmental degradation, loss of agriculture and grazing land, and sickness. Acknowledge that this paper comes to the same conclusion the EFF has come to a long time ago, that while platinum mining has benefited mining capital and elites such as the Royal Bafokeng Nation, the wealth has failed to trickle down to the lowest classes. Yet it is the lower classes, especially the workers, villagers, and residents of informal settlement that have emerged on the margins of the mines who bears the brunt of the worst effect of mining. Further acknowledge that service delivery to the communities just adjacent to the mining areas has been found to be pathetic, clearly confirming our belief that this idea of mining in this neoliberal epoch has nothing to do with the development of the country, but everything to do with the plunder of our national resources for the benefit of just few. As the EFF, we call for the nationalization of mines, banks, and other strategic sector of economy. This is the only solution to this crisis. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. There's an objection.
The NC object.
Are there any further motions without notice? Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the House knows the report by the Human Rights Commission titled Complicit in Exclusion, South Africa's failure to guarantee inclusive education for children with disability, knows that more than 500,000 South African children with disabilities are not in school because of lack of infrastructure, resources, and dedicated learning environment. Further, note that a concerning and distressing persistent stigma about children with disabilities and special school. Acknowledges the Human Rights Commission and other civil society organizations like Section 27 for undertaking the research to bring such an important public matter under scrutiny. Call on all parents of children with disability not to be embarrassed, but inform schools so that their children can receive adequate and necessary support. Call on Department of Basic Education to move swiftly to gazette norms and standards for funding learners with special needs. Further, call on the Minister of Basic Education together with the Minister of Public Works to ensure a speedy delivery of necessary and conducive infrastructure to ensure inclusive education. I so move.
If there are no objections, I put the motion. Are there any further motions without notice? Honorable Mukoto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ANC moves without notice that the House notes with sadness the passing of between 150 and 200 people in Libya on Friday, the 14th of August, 2015, during the battle between the Islamic State group, ISIS, jihadists, and local gunmen in Sirte. Further notes that the tension started on Tuesday, 11th August, when authorities in the militia-held capital Tripoli, opposed to Libya's internationally recognized government, announced the launch of an operation to retake the city from ISIS. Acknowledges that ISIS militants and armed residents from the city have been fighting continuously, and Sirte also was being hit by airstrikes. Further acknowledges that the offensive was being spearheaded by youths and residents from Sirte, as well as the force and revolutionary fighters. Further believe that the jihadists have been killing people even in their homes, allegedly after ISIS assassinated an imam or Muslim prayer leader from the influential Al-Fajam tribe at the start of the week. Further condemn the killing of ordinary citizens in Sirte battle and convey condolences to the families of those that are affected by this battle. So I think.
If there are no objections, I put the motion.
We object. The ANC colluded to have Muammar Gaddafi killed.
Are there any other further motions without notice? None. We now come to member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? Yes, honorable member of the ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson. In the Northern Cape Province, 66 educators have graduated in different fields in their expertise, such as mathematics,
On a point of
English,
order, Speaker.
and foundation phase.
On a point of order, Speaker.
What's the
In
point
a
of order?
joint
Just for
funded
answered purposes,
by
I think it's going to be all right if the member can
in
speak
a
into
joint
the mic
funded
because we
by the
can't hear.
Sishin Iron Ore Company Community Development Trust, which is SIOC CDT as it is known. The ANC welcomes the good results of the development initiative, which is about uplifting the standard of education and capacitating educators with regard to scarce skills and academic qualification through partnership with Rhodes University. We congratulate the teachers for their commitment as they travel to Grahamstown every holidays for 3 years to attend classes. We would like also to wish the next cohort of teachers that have entered in this program all the best for the next 3-year journey that they are. Nilibambe lingatshoni mawethu. Furthermore, ANC urges all the other minds to follow the example set by Kumba Iron Ore in uplifting the communities
Honorable
in
Member,
which
your
they
time has
operate.
expired.
I thank you.
I call upon the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The Democratic Alliance congratulates the DA-run Western Cape government for its outstanding 2014-15 audit outcomes. 100% of Western Cape departments achieved unqualified audits, and 12 out of 13 departments achieved clean audits, the best possible audit outcome. We also congratulate the Western Cape Education Department for achieving the first ever clean audit outcome by an education department in South Africa. This clean audit for the Education Department recognizes that the DA government has spent every rand on quality education and on improving education outcomes. Getting government spending right is essential in South Africa, and at a time when finances are stretched and even President Zuma admits we are facing an economic crisis. The DA-led Western Cape's model of clean and transparent government spending should serve as a template for South Africa, particularly for ANC government provinces which continue to stumble from disclaimer audits to tender scandals to municipalities in and out of administration. While the ANC struggles, the DA will continue to govern for the betterment of people's lives, for the delivery of excellent services, and for the transparency of government's finances. I thank you.
The EFF.
Into embi iyaphoxa bakithi and iyadumaza. Lana si-EFF asihambisani nendlela okuhlukumezeka ngayo abantu besifazane. Ikakhulukazi kulelizwe lethu. Abantu besifazane baphila ngaphansi kwengcindezelo enkulu kulohulumeni, kanjalo nabadala yingakho beze bafike kulento yokuthi bagcina sebedlwengula ezindlini zabo ngenxa ukuthi abanakiwe. Ngikhuluma nje kunogogo walapha ku-Ward 55 eNanda ngaphansi kwekhansela uVusigabashi. Lo gogo indlu yakhe ningezwa kuthiwa imbulale noma yinini. Akekho umuntu kusukela ngama-70s kube kuthiwa u-21 years osenomuzo nje. Lo gogo uhlala yedwa. I-toilet lakhe bukanihlazo. Ingakho ngithi into embi iyadumaza. Laba bantu njoba ngikhuluma nani nje bahleli ngaphansi kokuthi abanakiwe enhlobo noma bengakhala kufana nokuthi kuthelwa amanzi emhlane wedada. Ngikhuluma nani bahambe bayokwakhelwa umuntu osebenza kamasipala oholayo imali indlu enhle bamshiya lo gogo.
Sesiphelile isikhathi.
Nomunye ugogo uphonsekile. Ngikhuluma nani nje akaze kwakhulunywa udaba lakhe.
Mamukhawula isikhathi sakho sesiphelile.
Sikhathele uhulumeni onganaki imfuyo zabantu efana nokuthi bathela amanzi emhlane wedada. Into embi iyo le.
Mamukhawula isikhathi sakho sesiphelile. The ANC.
Honorable Speaker, die ANC verwelkom die flinke optrede van lede van die Parelse SAPD wat op Dinsdag 11 Augustus 2014 na gewapende rooftog by 'n kuierplek in die Parelse Middendorp, Weskaap, 7 verdagtes na 'n wilde jaagtog gearresteer het. Tydens die jaagtog is etlike skote op lede van die SAPD afgevuur. Daar is op 3 vuurwapens sowel as R108,000 kontant wat tydens die rooftog gesteel is beslag gelê. Die 2 lede van die publiek wat tydens die rooftog beseer is, word 'n spoedige herstelskap toegewens. Snelle en spoedige optrede deur lede van die SAPD Parel is 'n goeie voorbeeld van hoe ernstige misdade in ons gemeenskappe hokgeslaan kan word en die beamptes en hul bevelvoerder moet geluk gewens word met die uitstaande diens aan die Parelse gemeenskap. Die voorval bevestig ook die gevaarlike toestande waaronder SAPD-lede op 'n daaglikse basis moet werk en daarom moet die gemeenskap die nodige ondersteuning aan hulle gee. Die harde werk en opoffering van SAP-lede op grondvlak om ernstige misdade te beveg, verdien die ondersteuning van alle lede van die nasionale vergadering. Baie dankie.
The IFP.
Honorable Speaker, Section 19 of the South African Constitution states that every citizen is free to make political choices, which includes the right from a political party to participate in activities or recruit members for a political party and to campaign for a political party or cause. We are all bound by these prescripts. It is the duty and responsibility of every leader and citizen to protect these rights and freedoms. It is therefore unfortunate and regrettable that Inkosi Sazi Ndwalane of Ndwalane Traditional Authority in the Ugu district is quoted in the local Ugu of 12 August 2015 to have said, and I quote, "In my area, we all support the ANC. I expel his Nduna and convey my directive to the MEC of Kokta, indicating I've expelled that Nduna that does not support the ruling party." He has further said, in his area of jurisdiction, he will not allow members to belong to any other political party but the ANC. Such decrees are inflammatory and are contrary to the dictates of the Constitution, and therefore we cannot and must not allow leaders of communities to create no-go areas. It would serve the ANC well to distance itself from such statements, because the decree by Inkosi Ndwalane is the worst kind of abuse of the leadership responsibilities which he carries. Moreover, it is an insult to the institution of traditional leadership and to governance, and it compromises the said institutions. As we approach the 2016 local government elections, we have to create a conducive environment for political parties and persons to organize, mobilize themselves as they deem fit, wherever they may be. We have every effort must be made
Your time
to
is
ensure that
expired.
we have elections that are free and fair and free from fear. I thank you.
The NFP.
Honorable Speaker, the National Freedom Party has taken notice of the government's announcement that Mandarin will be introduced in all South African public schools in January 2016, which we reject as NFP. The question we ask is, who stands to benefit from introducing Mandarin in our school curriculum? Will it be a school child who grows up in the rural areas of KwaZulu-Natal, or perhaps the child growing up in an informal settlement in Khayelitsha? Will it benefit the child of a farm laborer in the Free State, or a child being educated under a tree in Eastern Cape? No, Honorable Speaker. Learning Mandarin will not benefit these children. It will benefit China. We also ask, why is the government not showing the same enthusiasm to increase our efficiency in maths and science, two subjects that can add value to the education of our children? The answer is simple. It is not in the interest of China to find the African child capable of becoming an engineer or a doctor. China only needs workers in Africa. The introduction of Mandarin is nothing more than the ANC bowing to our new economic imperial masters from the East, paving the way for a new wave
Honorable
of
Member, your
communism,
time has expired.
which will at most equip the future generation to understand the instructions of their new economic masters. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is clear that the EFF-led SRC in Value University of Technology is in tatters. This follows the suspension of the VU2 SRC president, who is a member of the EFF, for soliciting bribe from a potential service provider to a tune of 300,000 rand. Despite the denial of some members of the House, this clearly confirms that EFF is a fly-by-night party. We call upon SASCO and ANC league members to take their rightful places in leading students.
Honorable member, just wait. Let me listen to the point of order.
The honorable member is misleading the House. There is no SRC president of
No,
EFF has
honorable
been
member,
suspended.
that's not a point of order.
It
Please
is,
take your
Speaker,
seat.
because
No.
he is misleading the House.
Please take your seat and let the
He must not
honorable
play
member-
cheapest politics here.
Just finish off, honorable member.
This clearly confirms that the EFF is a fly-by-night party. we call upon SASCO and ANC clique members to take their rightful position in leading student at VUT. We would like to thank the University Council and management for suspending Mr. Troy Matebula pending an investigation. We would like to remind the EFF once more that institutions of higher learning are not a platform for looting and corruption. Thank you.
What's the point of order, Honorable
Speaker, is it parliamentary for the ANC to display such laziness and give us the same speech they gave us last week?
The ACDP.
But Speaker,
Honorable Shibambu, I have not recognized you. And
on a
I'm
point of order, because
no, Honorable Shibambu.
there's material misrepresentation of what is happening in VUT. The ANC
A
lost
matter of
election
your
there
difference
is,
with the ANC
but you can't
statement.
speak here to tell lies
No,
and expect
Honorable
ministers to
Shibambu, please
respond
take
to
your
lies.
seat.
We defeated you in VUT.
Take your seat.
We'll defeat you in Zululand. We'll defeat you in TUT and everywhere else where there's going to be SRC elections.
Honorable
this year.
Shibambu, take your seat. ACDP.
Speaker.
Honorable Maxine, please take your seat.
On the point of order, Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Can we be given a chance when the ministers are responding, just to clarify that honorable member who's misleading the House here?
You must become a minister first, then you can take a response. Honorable member of the ACDP.
According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, the world's population will increase by 1/3 between now and 2050. If current income and consumption growth trends continue, the Food and Agriculture Organization estimates that agricultural production will have to show an increase of 60% by 2050 to satisfy the expected demand for food. Even though there have been calls for an increase of agricultural production, the number of commercial farms in South Africa is decreasing annually, which is of great concern to the ACDP, especially when food production needs to be intensified and be expanded in all directions. Because of the concern for their safety and welfare, and out of love they have for South Africa, farmers recently met outside Ventersdorp near N1 to pray for God's intervention in farm murders, stock theft, and corruption. We believe farmers who ensure that there is food on our tables should be supported, and that much more should be done to ensure their protection. AfriForum reported in July that there had been a rise in farm murders since 1990, with approximately 23% of those in 2015 ending in death. The House must find ways to reverse this unacceptable targeting of farmers and farm workers and find ways to guarantee food security in South Africa. Thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you. Dankie, eerbare voorzitter. Die ANC wil gebruik maken van die gelegenheid om Devonay Rhodes van Eldorado Park geluk te wens met haar eerbare kwalifikatie om gekies te worden voor de onder 17 nationale soccerspan. Though Devonay is but only 13 years old, she started playing soccer at the tender age of 8. As a young girl, she played for a boys' team. At the age of 9, she then joined the girls' team, where she was selected to play for the under-10 team in a first soccer tournament, where she scored all the goals and won the tournament. She started playing the position of striker, as soon left wing, and midfield, and even goalkeeper. In a short soccer career, she already boasts 13 gold medals, 4 silver, and 7 bronze. She also participated in the following tournaments: the Eldorado Park Local Football Association, SAFA Johannesburg, and SAFA Gauteng Province tournaments, respectively. Devonay currently plays for the HPC Batisana junior soccer team. During July 2015, she played in the Mandela Cup and was then selected to play for the South African under-17 girls team. Devonay is a learner at the Turk Sport High School in Pretoria. This school forms part of the High Performance Center at the University of Pretoria, which shares the vision of offering a unique sporting and learning atmosphere for their students. This is a unique opportunity for Devonay to attend this school, as it caters for learners to perform in an environment that allows them to perform at their peak, as the school creates optimal training opportunities without compromising the students' academic development. The ANC wishes Devonay well on the soccer
Honorable member,
journey.
your time has expired. The DA.
Ngiyabonga Somlomo.
In the past 2 weeks, 2 media stories have highlighted the vulnerability of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender teenagers to victimization, harassment, and stigmatization, sometimes with tragically fatal consequences. The first story is that of 16-year-old Selbin Dlovu from Emangweni in Mpumalanga, who recently attempted suicide after enduring years of taunting and humiliation, which culminated in him being covered with red paint during a recent bullying incident. Selbin Dlovu at least has the support of his family in the face of more prejudiced elements in his community. In the second story, an 18-year-old lesbian woman from Bethlehem in the Free State was not as fortunate when her mother's angry and violent reaction to discovering her daughter's sexuality led to the young woman committing suicide. This is but one of many LGBT teen suicide stories, most of which we don't hear about. Many LGBT youth face a tougher time in building their self-esteem than their heterosexual and cisgender peers, as they struggle to find self-acceptance in a hostile and often intolerant world, with research showing that they are 3 to 4 times more likely to attempt suicide, which stems from their increased risk to feelings of isolation and rejection. The DA's caring vision for strong, supportive families, which build up and nurture those who belong in them, calls on us to ensure that communities adhere to the value of Ubuntu and overcome the bigotry that leads to LGBT teen suicide. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Ngesonto lomhla ka-9 August 2015, ngosuku lomama, umbutho kaKhongolose kade unomcimbi wamukela amalungu angama-205 amasha aphuma kwi-Inkatha Freedom Party ku-Ward 6 endaweni yaseMashunka KwaZulu-Natal. Abayi-100 bajoyine enyangeni eyodwa nje vo endaweni yaseMabizela ngenyanga ephelile. Laba ngabantu abaphuma kwi-VD eyodwa. Kulamalungu kukhona nabasendlunkulu yasemachunweni. Abantu basemsinga sebekubonile kukhanya sebekhathele ukuxhashazwa ngamaphasela okudla abanikwa wona ngenhloso okuheha amavoti umasipala uphethwe yinkatha kanye nokuqashwa ngokwenzelela kuqashwa izintombi nezihlobo zamakhansela ngumasipala wasemsinga. UKhongolose uzolokhu kwamukele njalo amalungu amasha aphuma kwezinye izinhlangano ngoba uKhongolose iwona mbutho kuphela okwazile ukushintsha izimpilo zabantu. Yingakho sebelaxaza iNkatha Freedom Party ngoba ibibacinezele bengaboni ukukhanya, kepha intuthuko sebeyibona ngamehlo ezindaweni zabo ngenxa yokuzibonakalisa kohulumeni oholwa nguKhongolose iANC ngokufaka kukagesi, imigwaqo namanzi nezindlu zangasese endaweni yasemsinga. Siyaqhuba.
Ahang SA.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Arang SA is very concerned with the abuse and exploitation of farm workers by their employers. Arang SA has decided to have a night vigil on the 26th October and march on the 27th October 2015 to the Union Building. We think time has come for this government to insist on farmers to give shares to their farm workers. This is the only way to restore the dignity of farm workers. If urgent steps are not taken, this sector has a potential of reducing our democracy into a farce. I thank you.
The ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ANC commends Honorable Minister Bathabile Dlamini for launching in Ward 22 Rustenburg, her constituency area, a cooperative development model adopted by the Portfolio Committee on Small Business Development in 2014. The model seeks to reduce dependency of poor families on government social grants. It creates a permanent exit of poor families from social grant and indigent registers of municipalities. Grant beneficiaries are organized into cooperatives that supply goods and services to the Department of Social Development, thereby making them self-sufficient and self-reliant. The ANC is hard at work in reducing poverty and building a developmental state. I thank you.
The DA.
Madam Speaker, it's all very well for the Minister of Mineral Resources to convene talks with the industry on stemming job losses, but those talks will be a waste of time unless this government realizes that it has to change its approach to the mining industry. And by change, I don't mean ANC-style transformation, which is an amorphous term that can mean anything the ANC wants it to mean, depending on the audience. It means the government has to start listening to the industry and providing assurances that South Africa is a good place to invest money in mining. That means if the minister is using the current talks to bludgeon the industry into maintaining current employment levels regardless of losses, with the threat that mines will lose their mining licenses if they don't, he will reach a critical point. That critical point, some say, has already come. It will be when companies cease cooperating and quietly start to withdraw their investments and go elsewhere. Then the jobs already lost will be a stream as to a torrent. The minister must choose: either start to cooperate and build an industry that will last and where jobs will be assured, or continue on the downward trend that ends in an unemployment wasteland.
The ANC.
On a point of order,
Thank you, Honourable
Madam
Speaker.
On a point of order? Sorry,
Yes,
Madam Speaker,
Madam,
I didn't
what's
want
the
to,
point of order?
I didn't want to break the person speaking's time, but the member of the EFF, Honourable Shivambu, just walked past the person speaking and the direct line of the speaker while speaking. I just want to make them attend that it's not good to do that. You
It's
didn't look at
actually
it.
something, Honorable Shibambu, we avoid when someone is on the floor, we avoid passing so we can then break the vision of those who are listening and watching from outside. So if you could bear that in mind, including when an EFF member is speaking, you allow them to finish and then only you pass that line of vision. The ANC.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. In 2007, Mr. Tokoza Kwabe did not have money to pay for his study fees and was forced to drop out of the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where he was pursuing a law degree. But through his sheer determination, he went on to work as a cashier, earning 1,800 Rand per month and saved to continue his studies. This determination saw Mr. Kwabe eventually earning 17 commendations from the Dean of his faculty, 34 distinctions, and obtaining his law degree summa cum laude. These achievements earned him a Mandela Rhodes Scholarship that made it possible for him to continue his studies, and this month he graduated with a master's degree in public law from the Oxford University in England. Honourable members, the ANC is delighted to hear that 24-year-old Mr. Kwabe has decided that he will complete his second master's in public policy at Oxford. We are even more proud that during this time at the university, he showed the spirit of South African activism when he started an organization to help rural students integrate into university life. We wish Mr. Kwabe well with his studies and this ongoing efforts to assist other disadvantaged students to also achieve and improve their lives through education. I thank you.
That brings us to the end of member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? I recognize Honorable Surti, Honorable Minister Lamini, Honorable Oliphant Godfrey, Honorable Zimande, Honorable, am I allowed to use the name Razmataz? Honorable, okay. Yes, Honorable Aaron Mutsaledi. I'd like to start with the Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Would like to thank Honorable Pengu, firstly for attending the launch and giving the line of march. And we want to say these cooperatives are going to be different because there's going to be training on governance. We are going to train on marketing, and also are going to incubate all cooperatives for a full year so that they can be able to stand on their feet. But also, we are going to support them even if other retailers make their things cheaper. We're going to keep on supporting them because that is how you sustain cooperatives. But what is important is that we are in the process of taking families out of the cycle of poverty. And the training is starting very soon of 120 co-ops, and then 90 co-ops are going to be buying vegetables, and then 137 co-ops will be sewing school uniforms. I thank you.
The Honorable Nzibande.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, let me take this opportunity to agree with Honorable Bongo and congratulate VUT for its decisive action against corruption, and to urge the university that it must go to the bottom of this matter and be able to deal with the culprits irrespective of their party political affiliation. Also, Honorable Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity also to join other South Africans and members in congratulations Mr. Kwabe for his educational achievements. Sifuna ukuthi kuye ugumede isifunda sifundisa sona ukuthi imfundo ayipheli, imfundo ayiqedwa, mawusaphila kufanele uziqhube uma usenesikhathi, nokuthi ithemba alilahle, nokuthi uma uwile namhlanje ungalali unomphela, kepha uvuke uyithathe uqhubekele phambili. Siyambongela.
Honorable Mutsualedi.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Singh.
Honorable Speaker, I'd like to rise on a point of order, please.
Yes, what's the
We
point
have
of
been
order?
finding it extremely difficult to hear the replies of ministers and even the statements that members of all parties have been putting before this House. I have constantly gestured to my colleagues behind me to try and refrain from making the kind of noise that they are, but it seems I have no choice but to bring this to your attention, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Singh. Honorable members, may I appeal that we all behave ourselves decently so that everybody can be able to participate, to hear, and to know what's going on. I appeal to you, honorable members, to be considerate of other honorable members. Honorable Mutsualedi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it must be made very clear that discrimination of the LGTB sector is like any form of discrimination. It's no different from racial discrimination, no different from gender discrimination, or any form of discrimination which fortunately in our country is abolished by the Constitution. That's why when the matter is raised at UA or even at United Nations, South Africa stands very firm because this matter is embedded in our Constitution. But I want to appeal to members here that we still need to work very hard for all the citizens to be aware of this fact, that you don't discriminate upon somebody because they look different from you. Because this seems to be the central issue, that somebody who looks different from you is not supposed to be existing because everybody else must look from you. I believe racial discrimination was also based on that. Fortunately, Honorable Speaker, in SANAC, the LGBT sector is very well represented, and will urge everybody to support that because that's where they get their support and strength, and that's where we prove acceptance to them. I'll call all members of this house that in September, there is going to be a gay and lesbian parade in Gauteng. We must show support to all such incidents because they are exerting their humanity, and we must all show as leaders that we do support them. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Mbalula.
Thank you, Speaker. First, I want to say that from the honorable member, the work done by Daphne Rhodes as a young woman and a young girl is a reflection of what is happening in South Africa today. We've got millions of young women who participate in sports and do very well, but women's sport in South Africa does not enjoy the privilege of turning professional. And I want to say to corporate South Africa, must also participate in the project of making women's sport professional in South Africa. Support netball, support hockey, and all other sporting codes like we do as a sport and recreation. Our netball girls have just come back or are coming back from Australia. They are now ranked number 5 and number 1 in the African continent without any support. And there are millions of young girls out there who want to make it and participate in sports. Corporate South Africa, participate and work with us to make it happen for young girls and many other girls in our country who want to succeed through sports. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Deputy Minister Surti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank the member of the NRF to bring this matter to our attention, give me an opportunity to clarify the issue of Mandarin. With regard to Mandarin itself, I just want to clarify that the curriculum provides, and what is compulsory is that every learner in school must do 2 official languages. One is a language of learning and teaching, that's your home language, and the second is a first additional languages. Those 2 languages, which are fundamental and compulsory, every learner is obliged to do. Thereafter, you have a second additional language, which includes Greek, Portuguese, Italian, Mandarin, Arabic,
On a point of
and so
order.
forth. Honorable Chairperson.
What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
I am not the member of the EFF.
Honorable Surti.
NFP, Honorable Speaker, I did not say EFF, I said NFP. But I think he's embarrassed by the response that he's receiving and the distortion that he's created out here. But be that as it may, Honorable Speaker, what then happens is basically learners are able to utilize or study a further language such as French, Greek, Mandarin, or anything else. With regard to Mandarin itself, in order for it to be taught as a second additional language, it has to be gazetted. And a request was received, as it often is received, either from a head of state of another country or an ambassador to say, will you introduce this as a further additional language, in which event we will provide the support. Given our bilateral relations, the importance of China as in the economy, global economy, and the resident Chinese people within the country, there was no reason for us to refuse that. So schools were alerted to the fact that Mandarin is now, amongst other additional languages, an additional language that a school can teach optionally. In other words, it's not imposed on a single learner. Furthermore, what we can celebrate is the fact that with effect from next year, every child in every school that does not teach an indigenous African language will be obliged to teach and to learn an indigenous African language. This takes place with effect from next year, and the year thereafter it will be grades 1 and grade 2, and the year after grades 1, 2, and 3. Now that is a positive sentiment, that is compulsory because that competency is critical in order that we build a cohesive society. The issue of Mandarin is being distorted for political gain, and certainly I think the nation must be quite aware of the fact that that reality is, the suggestion indeed is a distortion. Secondly, with regard to the honorable member who spoke about the importance of professional development in the Northern...
Arise,
The Honorable
arise
Waters,
on
what?
Rule 105(6), which limits the response time by ministers and deputy ministers to 2 minutes in total. Thank
I'm
you.
watching the clock.
It is amazing, Honorable Speaker, that whenever we try to clarify and explain to the nation the truth of a matter, it is the DA that stands up and opposes. Now, let me give you an example of the fact that the DA says that only the Western Cape has received an unqualified audit. We
Your
commend them for
time
that.
has now expired, Honorable Deputy. I call upon Honorable Deputy Minister Oliphant.
Honorable Speakers, thank you very much for this opportunity. The Minister of Mineral Resources will continue to act responsibly to ensure that the mining companies comply with their license conditions. That also includes the issue where job losses are a problem. The laws of the country, the MPRDA and the Labor Relations Act, provides that there are certain steps that companies must take before they go to retrenchment. And to an extent that the companies ignore this, we are going to ensure that we intervene like we did in the past ones. MIGDET was formed as a tripartite body to ensure that we minimize job losses in the country, and such interventions have been very successful in the past, where we are able to, in the case of Anglo-Plus, for instance, to reduce the intended retrenchment to minimal. So we are going to continue to do that. The grandstanding by the DA here is really just cheap talk, and obviously they've got no responsibility here. When it comes to investments, honorable members, South African mining industry has continued to get investments. We informed you a few days ago that we've got major investments in the country. Just for instance, a new zinc mine worth 6 billion, phase 1 opening, and it's going to continue. We've got in Mokopane a huge platinum mine that is opening. We've got in the Waterberg a new mine that is opening, and the figures invested are huge figures. South Africa, since '94, when this government took over, up to now, we've moved from 800 mines to 1,700 mines and quarries in the country. This is investment, ladies and gentlemen. So having said that, I want to also say that we recognize the current commodity prices that have gone down. But not all commodities have gone down. We've got 53 commodities that we are mining in the countries, and some are doing very well. The ones that are doing badly, for instance, it's platinum, it's coal, it's iron ore, and you can look into gold to a certain extent. And even some smaller
Honorable
companies.
Deputy Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
And that concludes the ministerial responses. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of ad hoc committee on report of Minister of Police in reply to recommendations of ad hoc committee on report by the President regarding security upgrades at Nkandla private residence of the President.
Honorable.
Hello, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
This morning, the EFF wrote a letter to the Speaker to remind her of Rule 67 that says that no member shall refer to any matter on which a judicial decision is pending. And that is read with Section 1653 of the Constitution, which says that no person or organ of state may interfere with the functioning of the courts. As a matter of fact, all the issues that are going to be discussed here, the ad hoc committee, the Nkandla report, are now before a court of law, the Constitutional Court. You know that the Constitutional Court has got a case, CCT 143/15, which was opened against this Parliament and against the President on the President's refusal to pay the money as directed by the remedial action of the by the Public Protector. So we want to stand to say that the continuation of this debate will be in violation of the Constitution, but also will be in violation of the rules of the National Assembly. We therefore stand to say that this next item on the agenda of Parliament must not go ahead because it will be in violation of the basic statutes that guide how Parliament and the country works in terms of the Constitution. So that is our strongest and firm plea that we can't discuss an issue which a court is busy entertaining and is going to take a decision on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, my attention has been drawn to a response by the Speaker to you, in which the Speaker points out, amongst others, and I think I would like to read the concluding parts of this letter to you, sir. I'm informed that the matter currently before the Constitutional Court involves a challenge by the EFF against the President of the Republic and his alleged failure to implement the remedial actions of the Public Protector. Parliament for its alleged failure to hold President to account in terms of Section 552 of the Constitution. The report of the ad hoc committee on the report of the Minister of Police in reply to recommendations of the ad hoc committee on the report by the President regarding security upgrades at Nkandla private residence does not appear to be pending judicial decision and is consequently not sub judice. The report's consideration will therefore go ahead as agreed. This is the response of the Speaker to your letter which you received. We have received no indication of a different condition, sir.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, as a matter of fact, the Speaker has just sent the letter now when we're here. And I can tell you that her observations and what she claims is the case here is not true.
Okay.
Because part of the contents of the court case which was opened by the EFF speaks about the ad hoc committee, that it was not supposed to be established in the first place.
Yes.
It was not supposed to happen because there is no legal instrument or institution that established that ad hoc committee.
Okay.
So it will be wrong for Parliament to go ahead and discuss this issue, which already in the details of the court papers that are in Braamfontein in the Constitutional Court, we've already said that these things are illegal.
Okay.
Why do you want to insist on going ahead with the court case, with a discussion which is already before a constitutional court? A constitutional court which all of us carry an obligation to respect. So
Okay,
we plead with you,
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, that the next item on the agenda today should not be discussed because a court decision is impending.
Yeah, okay. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I just want to bring to the attention of this August House that there is no judicial decision taken on this matter or pending. So we had a rumor that there is a case opened regarding this issue, but there is nothing. So we'll continue to discuss this matter, to debate this matter in this House. Thank you.
Order, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Rule 68, maybe if I can read to the Honorable Member there. It says no member shall refer to any matter on which a judicial decision is pending. Is pending, not taken.
Honorable
Maybe
Member.
we should workshop the
Honorable
ANC
Member.
members who does not their rules.
Honorable
It's Rule
Maxine.
68.
Read the rest of it. Read the rest of it, Honorable Member.
Rule 67, matters sub judice. No member shall refer to any matter on which a judicial decision is pending. Full
Go ahead.
stop.
Go ahead.
No, it ends there. It's your rule. 67. It's here.
Honorable Member, let me point out, there is a difference between your interpretation of what's happening with the advice Parliament has on the matter And therefore, as suggested in the letter that you have received, the matter stands, sir. We will proceed with the agreement here.
Deputy Speaker.
Point of order.
Yes.
I rise on the point of order. That in terms of established precedents of this House, and generally in terms of the jurisprudence, the law, the legal system of this country, which from time to time we are called upon to uphold the rule of law, including the rules of this House, would want to draw to your attention that on several occasions, whenever opposition parties would insist that certain matters which are before the courts should be debated, the presiding officers and the ruling party will always refer us to sub judice matter. And there are various points of reference we can draw the Deputy Speaker's attention to. On the 24th of June 2012, a matter between Honorable former Lindiwe Mazibuko and the Speaker on the matter of Mdluli, when she insisted the matter should be discussed, the former Speaker, Honorable Max Sisulu, ruled that the matter is sub judice, and the matter fell off and could not be sustained. And very recently, in 2014, a matter between the Minister of Communication, Faith Butambi, refusal to reply to questions in this House about the public protector ruling on the remedial measures regarding SABC and another Claudi Mutsweni. That matter was not replied to on the basis of the sub judice matter. We can quote on and quote on various decisions which presiding officers ruled over such matters. We call upon you to be consistent and apply the established precedents of this House to the fullest. And we insist that this matter should not stand and should not be debated because it's before the courts.
Okay. Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, I agree with the ruling that's been made by the Speaker. And as I've said on many times from this platform and from the Programming Committee, that the sub judice rule no longer exists in the South African legal lexicon. There have been several court rulings, most notably the MIDI television case, which was very clear that, that in the post-constitutional environment, it no longer applies. More recently, Justice Dikgang Motseneke, in a legal paper and a speech delivered, has indicated that the sub judice rule is now a matter of the past. It no longer applies in the South African legal lexicon. I think it's also important, as I have on several other occasions, brought to your attention the previous rulings on this matter. And in this regard, it's the Hansard from the second session of the Second Parliament in 1998, which deals and said very clearly that the Speaker at the time, Honourable Frenny Janwala, said that reference to cases in the courts and to the facts in the cases would not be a violation of the sub judice rule, and that's at column 208. So I would submit to you that the sub judice rule cannot be used to suppress any debate in this House. It cannot be right that I can walk out of the precinct of Parliament and discuss this matter at the Cape Town Press Club or at my Rotary Club, but I cannot discuss it here in the halls of the National Assembly, where I enjoy freedom of speech. And so I would submit to you that this rule does not apply. However, I do want to add a caveat, and I agree wholeheartedly with the Honourable Member of the EFF, in that this rule is inconsistently applied. It's very convenient to apply the rule when it's to suppress the opposition, as we saw last week with the al-Bashir matter, which we contend is not sub judice, and the matter today when it suits the presiding officer to do so. So I would ask that we have a conclusive ruling on this matter, because it's going to bedevil us in the whole way during the Fifth Parliament. It's a DA submission that this matter must continue, that the sub judice rule does not apply in the halls of the South African Parliament.
Yes, Honorable Shivambo.
Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that the Chief Whip of the DA is educated enough to know that a speech of a judge does not constitute law. It does not constitute precedence. Judges can give any speech anywhere else and everything else. There is no ruling of Deputy Judge President Musaneke that said that the sub judice rule does not apply. As far as we are concerned, there are lots of issues that came here in Parliament and were suppressed on the basis of the sub judice rule. Why now? The issue is before the court of law. Why do you want to insist on discussing an issue which must be dealt with at the Constitutional Court? And the Constitution itself says that no organ of state, which includes Parliament, must interfere with operations of the court. Why would we willingly, as Parliament, which is supposed to uphold the law, violate that sacrosanct constitutional clause that says that we should not interfere with the operations of courts?
Okay.
Let us allow the court to give a directive on when the man is going to pay back the money, and not
Take your seat,
insist
Honourable Member.
on
You have
discussing
done
an
now.
issue which is before the court of law.
All right, take your seat. Honourable Pando?
Point of order, House Chair. Point of order.
No, there's a point of order raised here before you, sir. Can you allow her to speak first? She did. She graciously asked you to speak first. Do the same.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No, I didn't graciously ask him. He was before me, and so I do respect cues, and that's why I said you should look to him. However, Deputy Speaker, I do think it would assist the House if the presiding officers, the Presidium, was to get a proper opinion on this matter so that all chief whips are made aware of it. I think related to this is the fact that the matter of a decision pending is perhaps not properly understood. See, the matter of the fact, rather, of submitting a complaint to a court does not mean the matter is before the court in law. So I don't think there's a sub judice at this moment. However, I do think it would help Parliament if a proper opinion could be found. There is no decision pending. There's been no hearing, no heads of argument have been presented. Submission has been made, indeed, as we are told. But there's no judicial decision pending. The matter has not been heard. So I think if an opinion could be sought so that all parties are at one as to understanding this matter, and if indeed the rule offends the Constitution, let us remove it from the rule book. Thank you.
Yes. Honourable members, I suggest that on the basis of the discussions we've just had now, we proceed on the understanding that we will come back to the House, that the Speaker, in her advice to the EFF, has suggested that the question, even before the courts, is not what we are discussing here. There is a relatedness, but that's not the question before the court. And her view, as I understand it, is that we should therefore proceed as is articulated here. Honorable Buthelezi?
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
I would like to suggest, with due respect to the honorable members, that if the Speaker is wrong, let them take her to court. But in the meantime, let's proceed.
Yes, Honorable Chivambo, speak, and then yeah.
Deputy Speaker, we have presented the basic, logical, and clearest information to you.
Yes, sir.
That we have presented the contents of the case even to the Speaker herself.
Yes.
She has received papers, and the case number has been determined. The Constitutional Court is going to be dealing with this matter. And for a parliament, for an organ of state to continue to discuss the issue which is before the Constitutional Court is unconstitutional, it's not legal. But if you feel like you are too powerful, you can go ahead with it. Go ahead, we're not part of that discussions. You can discuss and do your own things. We're not part of illegal discussions that seek to justify
Order,
the
order,
corruption
honorable
committed in
members.
Nkandla. You
Yes.
can go ahead on your own.
Honorable members, we will proceed as earlier indicated, and we've heard the sides of the members, and I suggest that we proceed. Honorable Frolik.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, members of the Executive, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. On the 2nd of June 2015, the National Assembly, through a House resolution, established an ad hoc committee to, one, consider the report by the Minister of Police tabled on the 28th of May 2015, in reply to recommendations in the report of the ad hoc committee to consider the report by the President regarding security upgrades at his Nkandla private residence, as adopted by the National Assembly on the 13th of November 2014. The mandate of the committee indicated that it should consist, amongst others, of 14 voting members and 16 non-voting members, and that it should exercise those powers in Rule 138 and the rules applicable to committees and generally that may assist it in carrying out its functions, and submit the report to the House with its findings and recommendations where applicable by the 7th of August 2015. With the cooperation of all members serving on the committee, a report was duly tabled on the 6th of August 2015. The report by the Minister of Police on the security upgrades at Nkandla private residence of the President therefore served as the base document for consideration by the ad hoc committee. On the 24th of June 2015, the Speaker referred a letter containing a report from the Minister of Public Works to the ad hoc committee. And on the 11th of June, the committee met in line with Assembly Rule 131 and proceeded to elect a chairperson. The committee reconvened on the 23rd of June, at which point some members of the committee expressed a view that the work of the committee could be unconstitutional and that they reject the report of the Minister of Police in its entirety. At that point, as the chairperson, I indicated that the committee is set up according to Rule 214 of the National Assembly rules, and that we would conduct our work in terms of Rule 138. The work of the ad hoc committee was broadly to execute the constitutional mandate of the National Assembly, namely, to oversee executive action. Therefore, the work of the committee is consistent with the Constitution. A draft program was tabled that included a briefing by the Minister of Police on his report, and also an in-loco visit to the private residence of the President at Nkandla. Proposals were made at this stage to invite, amongst others, the Public Protector, the SIU, the Minister of Police, and the Minister of Public Works. After deliberations, the committee agreed to commence with its work by considering the report of the Minister of Police in a briefing by the Minister, and also to conduct the in-loco visit to Nkandla. On the 21st of July, the Minister of Police, amongst other things, reported as follows: that he took his mandate from the recommendations, which now are House resolutions, of the previous ad hoc committee, which agreed to by the National Assembly on the 13th of November 2014. That the alleged non-security features were assessed by experts and were found to be security features. That the total amount spent on the project is 206.4 million rand, as reported by the Chief Financial Officer of the Department of Public Works. That the remainder of the 135 million was the cost of the SAPS and SANDF departmental operational needs, and that the security upgrades actually cost 50.5 million, while consultancy fees on the security upgrades cost 20.6 million. On the 22nd of July, members visited the private residence of the President for an in-loco inspection, and honorable members, the different members will reflect, because there were very sharp views that came out of that visit. The committee on the 23rd of July met for further deliberations and decided to re-invite the Minister of Police to get greater clarity on certain issues, as well as the Minister of Public Works to present his report. A specific interest for members was clarity on the 135.2 million spent on the houses built for the SAPS and the SANDF personnel and clinic. The committee duly convened thereafter on the 29th of July in Parliament And the Minister of Police came to clarify issues, and the Minister of Public Works also took us through his report. After this presentation, certain members of the committee insisted that the public protector be invited to present to the committee. No agreement was reached on the matter, and the proposal was rejected after being put to a vote. A number of findings were made by the committee. There was general agreement that, one, South Africans were misled about the opulence of the private residence of the president, that there is a gross exaggeration of the scope, scale, and cost of the project. There's no value for money spent on the project, and that there is gross inflation of prices. The workmanship is shoddy and of poor quality, and most of the work is still incomplete, especially those that relate to security monitoring of the president's private residence. Consequently, it is clear that the current security arrangements are insufficient and incomplete. There is general consensus that those responsible for deviations from the prescriptions of the PFMA should be held accountable, and that the money must be recovered from those found guilty of these transgressions. The committee thus makes the following recommendations. One, that the executive ensure that all necessary steps are undertaken to ensure that the safety of the head of state and his family is not compromised. Two, that the portfolio committees of Public Works, Police, and the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence ensure the continuous monitoring and corrective actions to be taken by the relevant national departments. The committee recommends that the relevant departments and law enforcement authorities ensure the expeditious conclusion of civil, criminal, and disciplinary matters. That the report of the Minister of Police be adopted. That the report of the Minister of Public Works be adopted. Opposition parties tabled a proposed report that was rejected after being put to the vote. Honourable members, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I submit this report to the House for consideration and adoption, and I thank you.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Honourable members, the third ad hoc committee on Nkandla to consider the report of the Minister of Police regarding the security upgrades at the private residence of the President at Nkandla knew from the outset that the committee was functioning outside the strict prescripts of the law. All the members, both ANC and members from the participating opposition parties, knew this because it is clearly set out in the Constitution, the Public Protector Act, and most recently in the judgment of Judge Ashton Skippers. They also knew it because we told them so, repeatedly. We also told them that our participation could not and did not legitimize the process. Judge Skipper set out the correct and currently binding procedure quite clearly in his judgment of the DA versus the SABC, that if the President is not satisfied with the remedial action ordered by the Public Protector, if he had doubts about whether or not he should comply, then the remedy was to take the findings and the remedial action ordered by the Public Protector on review to a competent court. The learned judge makes it quite clear that the remedial action ordered by the Public Protector cannot be ignored. The President has failed to launch review proceedings. What the President has sought to do instead is to appoint the Minister of Police, who is beholden to the President for his job, to determine whether the President is liable to pay for any of the upgrades to his private residence, and if so, in what amount. This amounts to the President ignoring the remedial action ordered by the Public Protector, which said nothing at all about the Minister of Police being involved in the proposed process, and to substitute it with a report produced by the Minister of Police. This committee seeks to ratify that action by the President and the Minister, to exonerate the President in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary, and to absolve him from any personal liability for repayment for the extensive upgrades to his private residence at the taxpayer's expense. It is clear that the ANC caucus today is intent upon bulldozing this report through this House. Again, we say to them, it is both morally wrong and unconstitutional. We appeal to them to vote according to their dormant consciences, to vote in favour of the minority report presented by the opposition parties. Do the right thing, just this once. You might actually enjoy it.
Honourable members, we pass, this was supposed to be the EFF, the IFP.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the IFP agreed to participate in this committee in the hope that the majority party would recant their jaundiced view and support the fact that the Public Protector's remedial action in respect of the payment of non-security upgrades at Nkandla be upheld and respected. We have now heard that there's court action. We await the ruling by the STA and the ConCourt in that particular matter. However, coming to the work of the committee, we as the IFP and other parties would have expected that in the very least, Rule 138 of this House would have been applied in spirit and in word. To that extent, Honourable Deputy Speaker, we were disappointed that our request to invite other witnesses before the committee, other witnesses would have included, amongst others, the Public Protector, was rejected outright by the majority party. Now, this is not in keeping with the well-known adage of Audi Alteram Partem rule, and we just hope that that still can be applied moving forward. And what makes matters worse, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is that the Public Protector in person was extremely vilified by some members of the ruling party in that committee. And we need to remind ourselves that we can kill the message, but certainly we do not need to kill the messenger. However, turning to the report tabled by the Minister of Police, as per resolution of this House, the IFP must state that we emphatically and categorically reject the recommendations made by the Minister of Police. What are the facts, Honourable Deputy Speaker? There was a selective approach in conducting the business because the Minister only concentrated on 4 issues that were mentioned by the Public Protector. There were other improvements like air conditioning, air lifts, etc., of which no view was expressed by the Minister of Police. We as IFP believe that the President is responsible for paying for non-security upgrades, of which there are at Nkandla. We accept that there was poor workmanship, gross inflation of prices, and flouting of tender regulations and supply chain management. But however we say, Deputy Speaker, this was not done by somebody out there. This was done under the watch of an ANC-run government department or departments. Now, we can't blame somebody else when the own government was responsible for these things that happened. The taxpayer has been ripped off, and the taxpayer needs money back. However, Deputy Speaker, this is not only about Nkandla. This is about undermining our constitutional democracy, undermining the role of Chapter 9 institutions, and we believe that the festering sore of Nkandla will grow and continue to haunt us, and particularly the majority party, in years to come, until the cows come home and the chickens have come home to roost. I appeal to you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and to honourable members. We still have a chance to redeem ourselves. Let us refer this report back and let us look deeply at Nkandla and let us await the outcome of what the SCA says and the Constitutional Court says before we take a final decision on whether the President should or should not pay. We reject the report. Thank you.
Honorable Kubisa.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, the NFP stated categorically in the previous debate that the recommendations that were made by the Public Protector with regard to the remedial action that has to be undertaken must be upheld. The Public Protector pointed out that the President and his family benefited unduly from the upgrades that were done on the state residence in Nkandla. She recommended that the President should pay back a portion of this to the state. For the NFP, this would have been easiest thing to do. Secondly, all those who were found to have been part of the corrupt activities were supposed to be charged, disciplined, and prosecuted. Let me repeat. The reluctance of the President and the ANC to accept the report and the recommendation of the Public Protector, a Chapter 9 institution which serves as a buffer between democracy and the excessive use and abuse of state power, is a direct assault on the Constitution of the country. Honourable members, we are dealing with a report on the matter of security and non-security features. It is clear that prices were grossly inflated. Those that were involved in the Nkandla project wanted to be rich overnight through state resources. The project began at 27 million rand and ended up at 206. Eventually, it was calculated 256 million. The professional fees alone amounted to 20 million rand. The crawl cost the state a shopping 1 million rand, one-third roof or hut of the 21 huts outside the state residence costs more than a whooping 6 million rand. What is referred to as a swimming pool, amphitheater, and visitor center are so small compared to what they cost. Prices were grossly inflated. The introduction of Minenhle Makanya by the president to the contractors also left much to be desired. People must be charged. The recommendation of the public protector must be upheld. It was also abundantly clear in the ad hoc committee that the NC members were not willing to have the public protector and other witnesses coming to the committee. It is therefore clear that the NFP cannot in good faith agree with the process and the finding of the ad hoc on the report of the Minister of Police regarding the Nkandla debacle, which has been going on and on and on ad nauseum. At the heart of this unfortunate chapter in the history of our democracy is the twin issues of transparency and accountability, both of which are essential requirements for good governance. The NFP believes that the crawl, swimming pool, amphitheater, and visitor center are not security features. There is no value for money spent on the shoddy and unfinished work that was done in Nkandla. Why must the state foot the bill for the corruption that occurred in that residence? Why was the reservoir not built instead of a swimming pool, which is a recreational facility? The NFP believes that due consideration must be made for people in the proximity of the state residents, and all departments must come together to ensure that those people get basic services like houses, roads, electricity, water, and assisted with cooperatives and businesses. The NFP rejects the report that is tabled by the ANC.
Honorable Kwankwa. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members. The United Democratic Movement does not support this report, and the reasons are outlined below. First, our view was that the process was illegal. We made that very clear from the beginning. And the second issue was that our participation in that forum did not at any point seek to legitimize it. The second issue was that the ad hoc committee refused to call more witnesses, such as the public protector, to appear in front of the committee to give evidence and to speak to a report, while every attempt was made to discredit her report. That matter is, from the outset, we made it categorically clear that we have a problem with the illegal extended mandate of the police minister's report. It is already known, for example, that the public protector's report is unambiguous on the remedial action that needs to be taken. That is, we are supposed to determine the cost of non-security features at the president's private residence at Nkandla in order to ensure that President Zuma pays back what is due by him. But the police minister went ahead and did the opposite by determining whether or not President Zuma is liable to pay any amount. We vehemently disagree with this line of argument. The missing link here, therefore, is the report that determines the value of the actual work that was done at President Zuma's private home in Nkandla and how much of that went into non-security upgrades. The fact of the matter is, rather I should say, no amount of clever semantic maneuvering can change the fact that President Zuma benefited unduly from the security upgrades at his private home in Nkandla. Even the police minister's report, which is a desperate attempt to exonerate the president from any liability, is, in some respects, gives indisputable proof that President did benefit unduly from the project. For instance, the report wants us to believe that the swimming pool was constructed as an insurance against the unlikely event of fire. However, given the low probability of this happening, it is clear that in the majority of instances, the pool will serve the likely event of recreation and other related activities. In addition, many have argued that the location of the swimming pool next to the visitor center confirms that it was constructed for firefighting. However, I find it difficult to understand this line of argument, given the fact that the president's main house is not even clearly visible from the swimming pool. I therefore shudder to think what would happen to our beloved president in the unlikely event of fire. Fifth, while moving the crawl from the original position made perfect sense for security purposes, the fact of the matter is that the president asked for a larger crawl according to the public protector's report, and that means he should pay for the cost incurred increasing the diameter of the crawl. For this, and among other reasons, we do not support this report. I thank you very much.
Honorable member. Honorable member.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Deputy President, Madam Speaker. What is Nkandla about? It's about constitutional principles. It's about the powers and competences of constitutional institutions. It's about the essence of our constitutional state, which is supposed to be transparent and accountable. It's about what is right and what is wrong. It's about corruption and fraud. It's about collective amnesia. It's about 246 million rand of taxpayers' money spent for the benefit of the President. After the ad hoc committee's visit to Nkandla last month, the ANC members are suddenly in agreement that there had been a huge inflation of prices with regards to contracts, that the state had been robbed at large scale, and that serious corruption has taken place. The guilty people have to be brought to book. It is, however, the same ANC members who refuse to allow the public protector to be heard, or that one single witness, other than the two ANC ministers, be called during all three ad hoc committees which had been set up about this matter. No witness who isn't under the strict control of the ANC caucus or Luthuli House was allowed anywhere near this process. The ANC, the mighty national liberation movement, is scared of one woman, the public protector. That is the essence of Nkandla. You are scared of one woman. Does this speak of a serious search for the truth, or does it attest to a desperate attempt to defend the absolute indefensible at all costs? Did the President and his family unduly benefit? The answer is an unequivocal yes, they did. 206 million has already been spent in a radius of less than 1 kilometer around the house of the President. Let's just take the pool. There's agreement that it's a swimming pool, it's not a fire pool. And this fire pool that is supposed to fight fire, by some coincidence, have a shallow end, and it also has a deep end. A shallow end for small fires, and a deep end for big fires. No. No. It is a swimming pool. Let's don't play with words. Now, did the Honourable President know what was going on at Nkandla? Yes, he absolutely knew what was going on. Here is a simple question to the President. Mr. President, did you at any time make inquiries about the cost of this project, which was inconspicuously extensive and high? And if not, did you never feel it's your duty of head of state to make inquiries about this? No, it was never done. The fact of the matter, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is do not for one moment expect to find justice or an honest answer about the truth with regards to Nkandla anywhere where the ANC has a majority. It will not be found there. It will be found somewhere else, perhaps in the courts. Thank you.
Honourable Beekman.
Deputy Speaker, Deputy President, honourable members. Chairperson, on behalf of the ANC, we want to thank the Chairperson of the Ad Hoc Committee for his stewardship of the proceedings and the professional way in which he ensured the maximum participation of all parties in the House. The proceedings of the committee derives its constitutional imperative that is understood by the principle of the separation of powers. The constitutional mandate of the Parliament as contained in Chapter 4 is the departure point with specific reference to Section 42(1)(3) of the Constitution. The National Assembly is elected to represent the people and to ensure government by the people and to scrutinise and oversee executive action. Section 52(2) obliges the National Parliament to ensure that all executive organs of state in the national sphere of government are accountable to it and to maintain oversight and exercise of national executive authority, including any organ of state. The mandate of the Ad Hoc Committee relates to scrutiny and overseeing executive action. Therefore, the work of the committee is consistent with the Constitution. We as members of the House cannot shy away from that duty. We cannot also expect other agencies to do the job for us. The mandate of the committee is clearly spelled out in the rules, specifically Rule 2143, and I quote, "An ad hoc committee may only be established for the performance of a specific task, and the business of a committee must be completed within a set time frame." The task of the committee has been clearly spelled out in the resolution that was adopted by the House. Deputy Speaker, contrary to the two written submissions that was made by the opposition parties during the proceedings, the task of the committee was not to rehash or redo the work of the second ad hoc committee. We heard this afternoon now various arguments, but the opposition parties who spoke before me elected to withdraw from that process voluntarily. Chairperson, it's for the purposes of today's debate important to note that the final report of the second ad hoc committee regarding the security upgrades at the Nkandla residence of the President was adopted by the National Assembly on 13 November 2014. In the course of that committee's lifetime, the following reports was considered. 1, the Interministerial Task Team, the report of GSCI, the Public Protector's report, and the SIU report. The comparative table in the second ad hoc committee report 352, page 2967, shows the general agreement across the said reports that was properly considered by the previous committee. It's apparent from the mentioned House resolution that there were identifiable lacunas in the Public Protector's reports, which necessitated action to be taken by the Executive. An instance of such gaps relate to what constituted security and non-security features in the upgrades affected by the state at the President's Nkandla homestead. Cabinet was instructed through a House resolution to assemble a team of security experts to determine which of the contested security features constituted security and non-security features at the President's private homestead. The House resolution did not undermine or blame the Office of the Public Protector for the identified gaps in the Secure and Comfort report. Instead, it attempted to assist and protect the Office of the Public Protector in a respectful way and acting consistently with its constitutional mandate. The Assembly instructed Cabinet to identify gaps to enable it to properly exercise its oversight resolution over the Executive. It's important to note that the Assembly could not instruct the Office of the Public Protector to attend to the identified gaps, mainly for two reasons. Instructing the Office of the Public Protector in the circumstances would have been equal to be interference of the work of that office, a conduct prohibited by the Constitution. Secondly, the Office of the Public Protector has already completed its investigation on the matter and was therefore functus officio. On June 2015, the Chief Whip of the majority party moved that the House establishes an ad hoc committee to consider the report by the Minister of Police tabled on 28 May. In reply to the recommendations contained in the report of the ad hoc committee, to consider the report by the President regarding security upgrades. The motion was agreed to and subsequently the membership of the ad hoc committee was published on 10 June 2015. The Minister of Police conducted the investigation and he reported back to the Parliament at the end of May 2015 in this report. Chairperson, in terms of Section 52(b) of the Constitution, the ad hoc committee effected its oversight on the National Executive Authority, in this instance, the Minister of Police. In a recent judgment of the Western Cape High Court, Judge Skipper stated that the Public Protector Act, in keeping with the scheme of Section 181 and 182 of the Constitution, contains no provision that the findings and remedial action required by the Public Protector are binding and enforceable, as in the case of a court order. Paragraph 60 of the judgment holds that an organ of state cannot ignore the findings and remedial action of the Public Protector. The recommendation of the Public Protector can only be enforced by the National Assembly when submitted to it in order to hold the Executive to account, in terms of Section 55(2) of the Constitution. Also, in the report of the Public Protector is only final when it's approved or rejected by the National Assembly. Chairperson, the point should be made that whilst there is a constitutional obligation on Parliament, as organ of state, to assist to protect the Chapter 9 institutions, such an obligation does not require the Assembly to accept reports of Chapter 9 institutions blindly without question. The above is true because, firstly, the Assembly is accountable to members of the public for its own actions and decisions. Secondly, in terms of Section 181(5) of the Constitution, Chapter 9 institutions are accountable to the Assembly and report their activities to the same institution. Constitutionally, the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Protector can only be enforced by the National Assembly. We are of the view that the process followed by the ad hoc committee was in line with the requirements of the Constitution and the rules of the National Assembly. It's our submission that once the debate concludes this afternoon and the report of the ad hoc committee is adopted or rejected by the House, the process is concluded. Our submission is that the report be adopted. I thank you.
Honorable Carter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There was no need for incurring any expenses for security upgrades. There's a fully furnished presidential homestead owned by government in KwaZulu-Natal, King's House, which was good enough and utilized by late President Mandela and former President Mbeki. I repeat, there was no need for incurring any expenses for security upgrades. Those who wield power try to make their own truth. Truth stands for test of time. Those who don't like the truth don't like history. History, as we all know, judges those who knowingly distort the truth very harshly. No one can sanitize a scandal. There's no detergent known to humanity that can actually do so. Those on this side of the house know very well what security features are. They know that a swimming pool from a fire pool. They also know that the Deputy Minister of Public Works raised the question of apportionment regarding the swimming pool. They know for a fact that the President was a witness to a mega development at Little Durban. They also know that the President requested an enlarged kraal. They know all this, but then they seek not to know this. Conveniently, they forget to give weight to a private architect of a President taking full charge of a public works program. They choose not to ask why ministers and deputy ministers were fired and sidelined. How could a private individual have total command over a security project? How could millions be signed off without any regard for the PFMA or for Treasury rules? Hypocrisy is taught today, violating both history and integrity. What this side of the House will lend their support to will shame their descendants. This is an act of infamy unparalleled in our democracy. The Congress of the People stands by the report of a public protector. We knew all along that the whole process was a sham, infused with hypocrisy. Press the green button so that your names can be recorded and history will know who betrayed our beloved country. This is a plot to cheat the taxpayers and saddle taxpayers with the outcome of the cheating. The Congress of the People denounces this whitewash report. I thank you.
Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The ACDP will not support this report. It is inconceivable that members of the ANC who visited President Zuma's homestead can in good conscience endorse a report that exonerates the President from having to repay anything. Now, I went to the homestead. I felt uncomfortable being there. I was aware of the President's security, but it is very clear, and what I saw helped, because it is clearly we're not talking about 246 million. We're not even talking, we're talking about a relatively small amount by which the President was benefiting. We saw the shoddy workmanship. We saw the inflated costs. And yes, the SIU is instituting action. But even the SIU is saying in its particulars of claims and suing the architect for non-security issues. That is a government body. So how can we in good conscience come and say the President did not benefit 1 cent? It is just not true. It's not true. There's a banner outside here that says the truth will set you free. Let's be frank, and I really hope by engaging in this process, we could find each other across the floor. I could see it's not 246 million. I said, let's stop saying to the public it's 246 million. We saw that cost, but there is an amount. We saw it, we were there, we could see the benefit that is there. Now, the President, it's important to also add that the public protector and we ourselves from the ACDP, we've got no gripe with the President. But this is about, it's got nothing to do with an act of commission or omission by the president. It is similar to the doctrine of unjustified enrichment in civil law. If you are unjustified enrichment, whether you like it or not, whether you asked for it or not, you have to pay back an amount. So we know the remedial action of the public protector is not binding like a court of law, but it cannot be ignored, and there's a process to be followed. Her decision might be functus officio, but her implementation of a remedial action must take place. Otherwise, be frank and say, close your doors. It's useless. So, colleagues, there's clearly a political intent to replace the public protector's findings with that of the report of the Minister of Police. Now, the ANC may have the majority in Parliament to reject the public protector's report politically, but legally it is untenable. And as I said in the committee, please, we don't want courts to tell us as Parliament what to do again. But this is what is at stake now, and this is what is going to happen if this report is accepted. There's an easy solution. Determine a relatively small amount and repay it. The money can be raised, and this matter can go away. Otherwise, we're going to sit with court action and court action and court action. Let me conclude by saying, ANC members, be truthful to yourselves and say no to this report. I thank you.
Honorable Nchaisa.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, rather Deputy Speaker. Perhaps we may come up as AIC with something that is different. We are not going to support any sides here, but we are going to speak our minds. Remember, we are an independent Congress. The ad hoc committee was established by Parliament now to consider a report of the Minister of Police. That was the mandate now given to this ad hoc committee. However, the report of the Public Works Minister was also dealt with in this committee. It was therefore the expectation of AIC that the Public Protector and SIO would also be called to appear before this committee, as it was the case now with the Minister of Public Works. But alas, it was refused by the ANC majority in the committee. Having paid a visit as this committee to the President's private house, rather residence in Kaja, one would say that the security features that we could see there could be classified as such as according to explanation and the demonstration that was shown to us. But we needed more clarities. That is the reason why we wanted the Public Protector to come and explain, and the SIO. It is very much interesting that the SIO and the Public Protector are of the same view, that the chicken run, animal crawl, fire pool, and this amphitheater are not security related. Those were the issues now that we wanted the Public Protector and the SIO to come and clarify. But that did not happen. Again, it was clear now that a lot of money has been used, the taxpayers' money has been used. The accounting officer, that's not the Director General, and the officials of the Department of Public Works now must bear the blame. You can imagine now a sum of 155 million that had been used, and that amount of money has got to be covered now from the people. That is now the officials and project people. More special now, Milenkaya, Makanya. As AIC, we wanted to leave no stone unturned because we wanted everything not to be clarified. So the calling of the Public Protector was not to review or to investigate, but now was to give clarities on this issue. We can therefore say without any fear or favor that our work as this committee is incomplete and the business is unfinished. We therefore, as AIC, reject this report in total. That is in its entirety.
Honorable Tlakude, your time has expired, sir.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, our guests in the gallery, I greet you all. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, as members of Parliament, we took an oath in this chamber that we will uphold the Constitution and serve the people of this country with honesty and dignity. The report by the Minister of Police to the Ad hoc Committee on the 21st and 22nd of July and our visit to Nkandla was an eye-opener. As members of all parties represented in the committee, we were all disappointed, shocked, embarrassed, and pained when the reality of what is at Nkandla hits home. The situation is compounded by the fact that the truth is continuously distorted for political mileage, which is indeed unfortunate desperation when the public is misled for political expediency.
Point of order.
Honorable Member, please take a seat.
I'm pleading with all the humility I can manage. Some of our colleagues here, instead of giving us an opportunity to hear what the speaker says, are ululating, men actually practicing ululation here. It's not even the cultural month. They can try that in September during the cultural month. This is the Women's Month. But the ululation is not, they're not a chamber for ululation.
Honorable members, it's not yet September. Let's not ululate. Please, let's be orderly, honorable members, and allow the speakers to be heard. Go ahead, honorable member.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me now return to the task before me and proceed to make pronouncements on what is at Nkandla. We were ushered into a small reception area with plastic chairs, and we were told that is where the president meets other heads of state and dignitaries, and also his constituency. Honorable Speaker, our honorable members from the opposition parties said, and I quote, "It is embarrassing for our president to meet other heads of states and dignitaries in this reception area, and it reflects bad on our country and young democracy." I'm sure the honorable UDM member will remember that. The installation was stopped.
Order, honorable members, please stop talking while another member is talking.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we were then taken to the police control room where we discovered that the security equipments that were supposed to have been installed were actually lying on the floor, and we were told the installations were stopped due to the ongoing investigation. And the structure is of poor quality as there are cracks on the wall. Honorable Breitenbeck, remember that. We then proceeded from the police control room to the swimming pool, which is located at the entrance of the homestead of the president on the slope of the hill. This is clearly designed for firefighting purposes, as it will allow swift ease of movement in case of emergencies. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me say that we also agree that it can be used for recreational purposes. The landscaping at Nkandla is slopey, hence the need for soil retention wall, which comes in different shapes and designs as per the choice of the project manager. If I was part of the team, I would have preferred the one on the Dival Road on my way to Parliament, because that is much better than the one at Nkandla. Everywhere across the globe, on a sloping landscape, during the construction of roads, buildings, dams, just to mention a few, a soil retention wall becomes a necessity. We were then buzzed to the animal enclosure, which is the cattle kraal, chicken run, and goats crawl. Safe to say that there is nothing sophisticated about that crawl. We were told that there was a need for the removal of the animals from the family crawl, which is at the center of the private residence of the president, because they would interfere with the security features. The rumor that the president requested for a bigger crawl is unfounded, because if that was the case, they would have extended the family crawl instead of having a new one. From the crawl, we were bussed to the clinic, which was requested by the South African National Defence Force. There are two entrances to the clinic, one from the president and from the president's homestead, and the other one for the residents of Nkandla. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, it is important for this August House to note that the clinic is not functional because everything was stopped due to the investigation. From the clinic, we were bused to the barracks, the 20 bachelor-attached houses, and a laundry. We were told that 10 of those houses were requested by the South African Police Services and the 10 requested by the South African National Defence Force. Unfortunately, Honourable Speaker, the houses were not fully occupied because they were not officially handed over by the Department of Public Works. And the reason for occupying the few was because of some vandalism that was taking place in that area. We were also shown the park homes occupied by both SAPS and South African National Defence Force. Honourable Speaker, the committee also invited the Minister of Public Works to present his progress report on progress made so far. It is safe for this August House to note that all those structures are on the Ingwenyama Trust land, of which the Department of Public Works has a long-term lease agreement signed on the 16th of April 2013. He also told the committee that the department is in the process of handing over the 21 houses to both SAPS and South African National Defence Force. Honourable Speaker, disciplinary process were instituted against 12 officials for irregular appointment of contractors and not for regular appointment of contractors and not following procurement processes and causing the DPW to incur irregular expenditures. One official represented by Nehau accepted a plea bargain proposed by his union, and he was suspended without pay and will not be able to participate in procurement processes until he was fully trained and understand the issues around the procurement processes. Disciplinary action against other officials is hampered by the High Court application for media access launched against certain chairpersons who refused media access in the disciplinary hearing. Honourable Speaker, on policy and regulatory gaps, the DPW is currently developing norms and standards to guide the implementation of security requirements at the private residence of political office bearers to ensure that it does not It does so in an economical and cost-effective manner. A draft has been developed thus far. Honourable Speaker, on civil recovery, the SIU instituted a High Court action on behalf of DPW against the architect and principal agent to recover the 155 million. On criminal action, evidence...
Your time has expired. Honourable Programa.
The ANC support the report.
Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Speaker, Nkandla nightmare signified the erosion of commitment to constitutionalism and democracy. The ruling party has succeeded into the subordination of Parliament to serve His Majesty President Zuma. This Parliament is incapacitated to exact accountability from those in charge. This Parliament, if adopts this police minister report and recommendations of the ad hoc committee, therefore this Parliament will succeed to obscure political sins and corruption of President Zuma. Honorable members, let's just for once stop politics of the stomach and save our country from these con artists and fraudsters. What kind of the president do we have? A morally and intellectually bankrupt one. Honorable President, you are responsible for your Nkandla lottery. Material temptations have bought your soul. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, we should not allow President Zuma to fall with this country. Let him fall alone. Let him fall alone. President Zuma is an opposite of honesty, integrity, and compassion. A president who embraces crooks and con artists. On behalf of Arang, we wholeheartedly reject this report. I thank you.
Honorable Mpinda.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Speaker. The PAC is disappointed by the personality cult that has been created in the country, the amount of time, financial and other resources that have been committed in the Nkandla scandal is disproportional to the needs of this country. We cannot, for a number of years, be discussing and debating the obvious requirement of the president to pay what he has unduly benefited from the taxpayers' money. As the PAC, we acknowledge that the security of the head of state is critical. We also acknowledge that law enforcement agencies must do their work. The PAC appreciates the needs for police, public works, and the joint standing committees to continue their oversight work. But all those are dealing with symptoms of the problem. The fundamental problem is political unaccountability, because all the three recommendations of the ad hoc committee talks to civil servants and they talk to administrative accountability, but they do not talk to political accountability. We feel sorry for officials. Chair. When it comes to political accountability, the report of the minister was off course. It played a role of descending with a Tsotsi-like approach. So as the PAC, we call on this House to reject this report. Speaker, we see the executive descending itself, and maybe we can even understand it. What we do not understand is the ad hoc committee having the responsibility of oversight, also playing a defensive role on an indefensible act. The ad hoc committee has dismally failed this House by not accepting all the information and the parties that could have assisted it to bring issue to a final closure. We hope this House will agree with us as the PAC that the ministry is concerned, particularly a ministry dealing with finances must do the necessary calculation on what the president must pay, because it is obvious that there is a lot of millions to be paid here, and it is our responsibility as the members of this House to ensure that a wasteful and fruitless, irregular expenditure, and we must also ensure that the personnel cults are eliminated forever in the discourse of our nation. Thank you.
Honorable Self.
Deputy Speaker, 4 things are certain about Nkandla. First, the South African taxpayers were ripped off. Their money was stolen. We do not know for sure who stole their money, although we have a pretty good idea. Nor do we know exactly how much money was stolen, but it ran to hundreds of millions of rands. Secondly, there was dereliction of duty by politicians and officials alike. And despite the fact that these actions occurred 5 to 6 years ago, no one has yet been held properly to account. The closest we have come has been some disciplinary proceedings against some junior officials. So in just the same way that the blame for Guptagate was dumped on Colonel Anderson, so the blame for Nkandla is now being shifted to Jean Rundell. Thirdly, there is not the slightest doubt that President Zuma and his family benefited from the upgrades. Look at the picture of his homestead in 2010 and compare it to what happens today. The family Zuma now has a swimming pool. It has an amphitheater. It has an entertainment deck above the garage for 9 vehicles. It has a clinic conveniently close and bulletproof into the deal. These are what the ad hoc committee saw. We did not see the safe haven with lifts constructed at the cost of 21.1 million rands. We did not see the mood lighting or the air conditioning that cost over 4 million rands. We did not see the landscaping in the security area that cost 7.2 million rands. By common consent, none of these items were specified as being necessary for the President's security by the SAPS or the SANDF. And that is why the Public Protector found in paragraph 10.5.2 of her report that, and I quote, "The allegation that the excessive expenditure added to the substantial value of the President's private property at the expense of the state is substantiated. The excessive and improper manner in which the Nkandla project was implemented resulted in substantial value being unduly added to the President's private property. The acts and omissions that allowed this to happen constitutes unlawful and improper conduct and maladministration," unquote. And that is why the SIU found on page 129 of its report that, quote, "items were constructed or provided even though they had not been identified in the security assessment reports as requirements to ensure the security of the President and his family. In yet other instances, having regard to the purpose being served by the upgrades, reasonable modesty gave way to indefensible extravagance," quote, unquote. Fourthly, Deputy Speaker, there can be no way that the President could have been unaware about what was going on in his homestead. He himself asked for the police officers who were occupying a house in the inner perimeter to be moved. He himself told the public protector that he needed a bigger cattle kraal to accommodate the bigger herd, and that he was prepared to pay for some of the costs. He himself complained to the former Deputy Minister of Public Works about the slow pace of construction. Lifts were installed in his own home and tunnels constructed that lead to the safe haven. How could he possibly have been unaware of those things? No, the President knew what was going on and he knew it was wrong. So from the time that he knew that the Public Protector had launched an investigation, the President ducked and dived. He raised procedural points, no doubt on the advice of Michael Hulley, his own attorney, now employed by the taxpayer. He responded evasively or not at all to critical questions put to him by the Public Protector. He instituted other inquiries like the Interministerial Committee and the SIU. He did everything but what the Public Protector had ordered by way of remedial action, which, as we all know, was, and I quote, "to take steps with the assistance of the National Treasury and the SAPs to determine the reasonable cost of the measures implemented by DPW at his private residence that do not relate to security, which include," and I must emphasize the word include, "the visitor center, the amphitheater, the cattle kraal, the chicken run, and the swimming pool, and to pay a reasonable percentage of the cost." The President did no such thing. Instead, he told Parliament on the 14th of August last year that he deemed it appropriate that the Minister of Police should determine not the reasonable percentage of the costs that he was obliged to repay, but whether or not he was obliged to make any contribution at all. Well, the Minister of Police produced a report that is simultaneously nauseatingly obsequious, economical with the truth, and factually inaccurate. Unsurprisingly, the report found that the President didn't have to pay anything at all, not a blue cent. Worse than that, he found that there were still further costs that would have to be incurred to provide further security for this increasingly insecure man. The process has, Deputy Speaker, from the outset been deeply problematic. We are advised that it is irrational, unlawful, and unconstitutional for the President to substitute remedial action ordered by the Public Protector with another course of action. If the President had had a rational reason for differing with the Public Protector's remedial action, he should have taken this on review in the courts. We were advised that we should participate in this process and exhaust our internal remedies. We have done so. We have pleaded with the majority party to see reason. It has up to now been deaf to our appeals. We appeal once more. Reject the police minister's report. Accept the report tabled by the minority parties. We really hope that our colleagues on the opposite side of the House will do the right thing. Because when the history of democratic South Africa is finally written, Nkandla will be at its low point. It represents everything that is bad and hollow and corrupt about South Africa. It is the exact opposite of what we dreamed of and hoped for in 1994. Vast amounts of money were poured into securing one man's private house, and yet he remains insecure. The homestead and its security upgrades stand as monuments to the vanity, greed, and delusions of grandeur that characterized Jacob Zuma's presidency. All pomp and no substance. This, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is not the end of the matter, whatever the Honourable Björkman says. We will not rest until the President has done what he was ordered to do. Watch this space.
Honourable Kubai.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, fellow South Africans. It is important for me to commence my input to this debate by quoting one of the most important proverbs. I quote, "Until the lions have their storyteller, their story will continue to be told by the hunters, and that story will glorify the hunter." I quote this proverb, honorable members, to clearly reflect the two tales of the private residence of the head of state of the Republic of South Africa in Nkandla village. The tale of fiction versus the tale of reality. The reality of the story that the storyteller for many years has omitted to tell the South African nation. The story that 246 million was never spent at the homestead of the head of state of South Africa. The tale that the costs were inflated and there was no comfort, let alone security, to the level befitting that of the head of state of the Republic of South Africa. Fellow South Africans, the story that the storyteller didn't tell is that one of a shoddy workmanship. That is not befitting the sitting head of state. The walls have cracked, the tiles have broken, and the biometrics are not working. Hence, the security is not working, and we argue there is no comfort, let alone security. Then we as South Africans, we must ask, where is the opulence that we were informed about? And we must call for all those involved in the project to account. We are very clear. Heads must roll. Was this a situation of an imaginary tale that would be created, told, and you are not expected to question this tale? You are expected, including Parliament, to take this fiction and see it as reality. It is forced upon us. Is this the South African society that we want to build? The answer is big no. Fellow South Africans, the story you were told was that one that says the cows and the chickens of the head of state of South Africa lives better than you. This is the fiction tale that you were told, not the reality that the cows and chicken at this home state are living like any of that of a South African that has livestock. Again, the question is, was this tale created by mistake? The answer again is a big no. This is a deliberate attempt by all costs to discredit ANC leadership and its government. To whose benefit was this narrative created and fed to all of us to believe as reality? I am reminded, honorable members, of the narrative created by the apartheid government as part of its propaganda against freedom fighters. They created an image of a communist who will never accept a white people, who will destroy the country if given an opportunity to lead. After creating this bad image of a communist, they then branded anyone who was an activist against the apartheid government as a communist, created fears amongst all South Africans. Ipegula zikhulu. That is a dangerous thing that is being done in our society. They created fear amongst the minority groupings of this country to fear this called communist. Today, the narrative that have been created is that of a corrupt head of state that is selfish, who builds his homestead using taxpayer money to the value of 246 million, who cares only about himself and not the condition of many South Africans they live in. They know in their hearts that this is not true. It It was what they want you fellow South Africans to believe. They are fiction, not the reality, nor the truth. If our head of state loved luxury, why has he remained in Matlabandlovu not to move? In the house built by Public Works that is so luxurious in Pretoria, he has refused to move into that house, saying, I cannot stay in that house, that is so much. This is the president that we have elected that we know. The Democratic Alliance during the committee argued that the establishment of the ad hoc committee was illegal. Now, honorable members, let's look at this one. Look back at March 2015, an interview done by Honorable Maimani with ENCA, where he stated that they will not be co-opted to dealing with the minister's report in a secret, but they agreed to the ad hoc committee. Then what is this noise about? When you tell us that it is legal, you started, you wanted this ad hoc committee, then why did you get? It's because you are inconsistent. We are forced to deal with people who sleep and wake up and change their mind. What is this thing that we have as a party? Again, members, let me remind you, Honorable Maimani, on the 16th of April 2014, during your speech as a DA, Nkgeteng wa Gauteng, we say, I quote, I have been to Nkandla. That project alone shows that President Zuma's cattle indeed have a better life than those of the people of Protea South. Again, on 66th of April 2014 at Tembisa, you said, his chickens lead a better life than people in this country. Then, why were you so shocked when we went to Nkandla the other day? Because you have already said you've been to Nkandla. Now, these are two tales. They have a narrative. They are not prepared to move from their narrative. We are forced. They are not there to learn the truth. We are forcing to know the narrative. This is fiction that leaders have been telling South Africans. If we are to talk about accountability, it starts with taking responsibility and correcting what you have said that is wrong. That's accountability. Tell the truth and it shall set you free. As a preacher, you should know. ANC members went to the discussion and visited with intention to seek the truth. We called for heads to roll for those who misuse state's resources. When it's convenient for members of the opposition, they forget the law. What are the acts of this country saying? PFMA is very clear. When there's been misuse of money, there are officials who are accountable. It's very clear. If you have been given an instruction as an official that is illegal, you request it in writing. Those public servants who say that they were forced to do what they are doing, they do not deserve to serve this country. Then they must get out of being public servants. We expressed our disgust at the level people can undermine this country and undermine the president and create the shoddy work that they have created at Nkandla. President Zuma did not elect himself. Majority of South Africans said that we want him to lead this country and he must do given this option. And he is going to be protected. That's an obligation South Africa has. Let me correct you on something, honorable members. You said that we are undermining the Public Protector. Go and read the Public Protectors Act. Section 9, subsection 2, which it says, nothing contained in this act shall prohibit the discussion in Parliament on a matter being investigated in terms of this act or that is going to be investigated. So don't mislead the nation. We are arguing, we are allowed by the law. The other issue that members are talking about there's nothing called minority report. Look at the rules. You can only amend, move an amendment. So don't mislead the legality of the committee. You spoke about it. It's you who called for the ad hoc committee. You wanted it. You've got it. You now can't deal with it. Now you have another stance. We have never absolved the president unfairly. We have looked at the process. We are dealing with the process, and we are saying accountability. Heads must roll. Those who have misused the money, who have undermined this country and used the money and stolen money from Nkandla, must account. We support this report and adopt the report. We move for adoption. Thank you.
Honorable members, that concludes the debate, and I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
Honorable members,
Deputy Speaker.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member.
I wish to move an amendment to the report, if I may. Thank you.
Honorable members, okay, in that event, I'd like to read a ruling on minority reports.
It's not a minority report, it's an amendment, Deputy Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Member,
Honorable member,
I'm following
listen
Honorable
to me.
Kubai's advice.
You should follow my advice instead. You should follow my advice instead. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Honorable members, honorable members, let me do what I need to do first. Honorable members, on Thursday, 13 November 2014, when considering the report of the ad hoc committee on the report by the President on security upgrades at his private residence at Nkandla, the Honorable Chief Whip of the Opposition moved as an amendment that the House removes all the words after as follows and replace them with a report, which he then proceeded to table. He did so without reading the full text of the amendment. Members are aware that in terms of the rules, specifically Assembly Rule 1374, there's no provision for minority reports. This matter has been discussed and debated at length in the Rules Committee, I'm told, of several parliaments, and again in depth during the current rules review process, and at present the proposals is that the status quo be retained. The House requires the opinion of the committee as a committee, not that of individual members. It is the committee as a whole that has been given a task by the House. If the committee fails to find unanimity, the conclusions agreed to by the majority are the conclusions of the committee. This is supported by extant May and parliamentary practice in many jurisdictions. On the day in question, tempers in the House were such that in the interest of ensuring proceedings continued without further interruption, the amendment by the Chief Whip of the Opposition, though procedurally not sound, was put to the House for consideration and it was rejected in the process. Amendments are usually recorded in the minutes of proceedings in the order in which they are put to the House for decision. In the interest of reflecting the situation as it occurred in the House on 13 November, the report proposed by the Chief Whip of Opposition as an amendment was subsequently appended to the minutes of proceedings. Proposing an amendment or amendments to the recommendations in the report is in order, as they will become resolutions of the House once agreed to. But the submission of an entire new report as an amendment is not supported by our rules or practice. The object of an amendment is to modify the question before the House in such a way as to increase its acceptability or present to the House a different proposition as an alternative to the original question. Alternative proposals to the main question are therefore placed before the House by means of amendments and debated. Amendments are classified in three types, namely, to leave out certain words, to leave out certain words in order to insert or add others, to insert or add certain words. Very importantly, just like in debate, the proposed amendment must be relevant to the subject of the question and intelligible. It follows, therefore, that the proposer of the amendment must read it out in full in order for the House to know what is being proposed. Furthermore, amendments should not propose a mere negation of the terms of motion. In other words, exactly the opposite, as the proper method of expressing a contrary opinion is by voting against a motion without seeking to amend it. Honorable members, I've set out the approach to minority reports in terms of our rules and practice. I've also explained the procedure for moving amendments to a question before the House. I therefore want to ask members who intend to move amendments to do so, where possible, at the start of their speeches so that the House is privy to what it has to decide eventually. Please do not omit to deliver signed copies of your amendments to the table for inclusion in the minutes of the proceedings. Honorable members, that's what I thought it's important to do because there is often an assumption that omission or commission by presiding officers often constitute a precedent, even if it is obviously against the rules.
we do so what we've just done to correct what happened in the past. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I don't wish to move a minority report. I wish to move an amendment to item 4 that is before the House, which is the recommendation.
Yes.
I wish to replace from after the word recommendation with the following. 1, the President and his family have benefited unduly from the upgrades to his private family residence. 2, there were improvements that were obviously not security related, including but not limited to the swimming pool, the amphitheatre, the larger cattle kraal, the visitor centre, extensive paving and the relocation of neighbours. 3, it is entirely possible that when the Public Protector visited in Nkandla 18 months ago, prior to compiling her report, the whole place was in better condition and that it has been allowed to deteriorate since her first visit. 4, the above also applies to the visit of the Special Investigating Unit in July 2014. 5, the Minister of Police misinterpreted his mandate and only concentrated on 4 issues. He failed to consider the other issues raised in the reports of the Public Protector and the SIU. 6, the Minister of Police, by his own admission, never engaged with the Public Protector, contrary to the judgment delivered by Skippers J. 7, the swimming pool is a recreational facility that could also be used for firefighting and was not primarily a security feature. 8, the visitor centre is clearly not a security feature and it was not requested by any of these security experts. 9, the amphitheatre has at best a dual purpose as an observation sitting space for public gatherings and soil retention. 10, the larger cattle kraal animal enclosure is far larger than the original one and the President has unduly benefited from the construction thereof, as was clearly not a security feature. 11, prices were inflated and there were instances of poor workmanship. 12, some of the work appeared to be incomplete. 13, all those responsible for deviations from the PFMA should be held accountable. 14, none of the amounts spent at Nkandla appeared in the MTF or departmental budgets, thus they were deliberately hidden from Parliament. 15, all of the buildings and upgrades constructed at Nkandla are directly linked to the fact that the President resides there.
Honourable Steenhuisen, the guide that you have before you advises you that such amendments must be crisp, short,
well, they are.
And brief.
They
and
are.
Yours are not, sir.
Sorry, are you?
Yours are not.
You've asked me to read it out, I'm doing so.
I'm telling
16,
you,
after the
Honourable Member, your guide, the guide.
What rule is that, may I ask?
The guide in your hands
which guide?
advises you that,
which guide?
Any such amendment
Can you direct
should
me to
be
the page?
crisp and short.
Can you direct me to the page?
No, we'll
Can
do
you
that.
direct me to the
yes,
page?
we'll do that.
Can you direct
Yes.
me to the page?
No, we'll do that.
Minor Crispin, I'd like to continue, please.
Yes, Honourable Member. Go ahead. What's your point of order?
Try to interpret what you're saying. Are you therefore suggesting that he takes one clause at a time so that he keeps it short? And the House looks at one clause at a time. That will be short. Thank you.
I'm not saying that, Honourable Member.
I'm nearly there. If you let me get there, we can save time.
No, Honourable Member, we will give you reference, but what we said earlier on is very... No, hold on. We'll give
With
you
respect,
reference.
Deputy Speaker, you have to act within the rules and the precedent of Parliament. I would submit that what you are doing now is straying from the rules and precedent of Parliament and onto very dangerous ground. Please allow me to continue with my amendment.
Wait, Honourable Member. Yes. Honourable Member, in referring to the types of recommendations, we expressly said that you leave out certain words in order to insert or add others and to insert or add certain words and so on. Honorable members, intelligible and brisk is an important requirement. In other words, you must be brief. Yes.
It's not.
In your guide to this practice.
With respect, sir,
Yes.
there is nothing in the guide to procedure, there is nothing in the rules of parliament, and in fact, the precedent of this house is contrary to what you're saying. I'd like to finish, please, reading. I'm nearly there. I would have been finished by now had you allowed me to continue.
Honorable member.
Please do not suppress my rights to move an amendment.
No, hold on. Honorable member, the reason I allow you to proceed, we will come back to this. And as we have said in the past, no. Waiving the book is not authority enough.
That's what you do.
That. Honorable member.
It's a lot more authority than waving a piece of paper.
We will come back to you so that even as we go through the procedures that we are talking about, we will give you the reference so that in articulating the reasons why you should be creeps, why the amendment were intended to be done in the way in which you have suggested, what you are doing is not in order. I will allow you to proceed. I will allow you to proceed.
Sorry.
We will come back to the recording of this ruling.
With respect,
let's proceed, honorable member.
With respect, I reject your allegation that I'm out of order, with contempt. Would you like me to start again? Would I start again?
Complete.
No. I can
We'll
start from
come
the
back
beginning
to you.
because people might have lost the train of thought.
No. You can't start
17, the clinic will be for the use of the President and his family and perhaps staff. This is confirmed in the report and it is clearly not a security feature. 18, it is a great pity that the committee did not get all the relevant facts. By avoiding the public protector, the SIU and others, the committee is forced to rely solely on the experts of the Minister of Police. We do, however, take note of the response of the public protector on Monday, 3rd of August, in which he clarifies a number of salient issues. 19, the reaction of Mr. Mgabani is at odds with what we saw in Kandla, and that he is adamant that the electronic security system was both installed and fully functional while it was dismantled at the time of our visit. 20, Senior Superintendent Linda was also the chairman of the SAPS Building Planning Commission and that he signed correspondence on behalf of the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain Management. Nearly there. 21, neither the Minister of Police nor the Minister of Public Works referred in their respective reports to any document relating to the portion of cost between the President. 22, for all the reasons stated above, it is suggested that the Police Minister's report be rejected in its entirety. I so move.
Honorable members, the amendment, the proposal.
Chair, on a point of order.
Yes, what's the point of order, honorable member?
The Honorable Whip or Chief Whip of the largest minority said that he rejects your ruling with contempt. Now, the rules require all of us to treat presiding officers with the dignity that they deserve. To undermine a presiding officer is the equivalent of treating this house as a whole with contempt, and I move, Chair or Deputy Speaker, that the Chief Whip of the official opposition withdraws those words.
Point of order.
What are you raising, honorable member?
I wish to clarify, Deputy Speaker, that I didn't say I reject your ruling. I said I reject your allegation that I'm ultra vires and outside of the rules with contempt.
Honorable members, this matter of language and how we address each other is an important one. Let's proceed. Let's not allow that to distract us from what we need to do now. Honorable members, what is before us is an amendment to the report proposed by the Chief Whip. We now...
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
The economic freedom fighters would want to put on record at this point in time.
Sorry?
The economic freedom fighters would want to put on record at this point in time.
To put what?
On record.
Yeah. What's that?
What has been taking place here confirms our observation and conclusion.
Honorable member, is there an amendment?
Honorable Speaker.
That
is that an amendment?
That the
I'm in the middle of. I'm in
that-
the middle of a.
Yes.
Of a process here to consider, have this considered.
Yes, does it, no, this is our submission to what has been happening.
It has to be an amendment. If it's not an amendment, then it's not acceptable, Honorable Member.
That the hell is empty and that devils is amongst us here.
No, Honorable Member.
The Economic Freedom Fighters disassociate itself from the
Honorable-
proceedings of the debate of the ad hoc committee on Nkandla.
Honorable Matthias,
and want it to be on
you
record.
are defying the chair.
That our
You are not-
absence and
you are not
abstinence
you can't be
should not be
speaking
mistaken.
when you are told not to speak.
Should not be mistaken, and we shall be, as at the point when we will be voting on this matter, shall walk out in record.
No. Take your seat, Honorable Member.
Speaker.
Honorable Member.
Can you please?
No, you don't defy the chair, and you want to continue to speak. This is why I shut up the mic.
Can you please recognize me?
What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
Honorable Matthias is making a simple point that
No, no.
you have just.
Is that an
ignored
amendment, Honorable
the
Member?
Constitution. And as the EFF,
that an amendment,
are not going to
Honorable Member?
participate in this process. You can go ahead and do your illegal things.
No.
Because you are protecting a corrupt president.
No, Honorable
called Jacob
members,
Zuma. So we're
we have
leaving
warned
this to
you
one of
before. Don't speak when you are not allowed to speak. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the amendment to the report of the majority or the honorable members, let's proceed with the work of the House. The question before the House is that the amendment to the report be accepted. The amendment from the opposition to the Chief Whip's report be amended. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it.
Deputy Speaker, the DA requested a declaration, please.
No, wait. Honorable Member, we have had a debate. There will be no declarations.
Deputy Speaker, with all due respect, it's a declaration on the amendment. We haven't had a debate on the amendment. We therefore appeal for a declaration on the amendment.
No, Honorable Member, no. There has been a debate on this matter. The amendment is about the report before us. We can't have another declaration. We will not have that here. Yes. Honorable members,
Okay, Deputy
we
Speaker.
now put the...
No,
yes,
no.
Honorable Member?
The DA calls for a division, please. Thank you.
Okay. A division having been called, we'll ring the bells for 5 minutes. Honorable members, let's restate the obvious that we always state that members may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button below the yes, no, or abstain signs. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the amendment
Deputy
as moved...
Speaker?
No, you can't do that.
Arise once more.
Yes,
May I address you? Thank you. Arise once more. There's been no debate on the amendment put before this House that we're about to vote on. And members have the right to hear different views on the amendments, and therefore we're calling for a declaration on the amendment before the House.
Yes. Honorable Member, I have ruled on that matter, and I'm in the middle of proceeding towards voting. I can't retreat to go back to that. I'm afraid that's the chair's
have the
discretion.
declaration before we vote.
No, we're proceeding with this. This is the chair's, yeah. Honorable members, the last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the amendment as moved by the Chief Whip of the opposition be agreed to. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the amendment should press the yes button. Those against, press the no button. Those wishing to abstain, press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Honorable members, the result are as follows. The ayes 92, the noes 200, abstentions none. Amendment therefore falls away. Honorable members, the question before the House now is that the report of the committee by the Chief Whip as presented to us by the Chief Whip, be adopted. Those in favor say yes. Those against say no. The yes, ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, the DA calls for declaration, please, on this item.
Honorable member, we have had a debate, and so we will not allow a declaration. We are proceeding. Yes. Honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I have to stand up again. The matter is of such national importance before this House that we cannot just have a whitewash of the report and exonerate the President of all wrongdoing. We need to have declarations on this item.
Honorable member, I can't enter into the merits or otherwise of the matter before the House. Our responsibility is to preside over this. The only way we can do this is that we proceed with the debate having taken place with the importance it deserves. The House saw it fit to have it put on the agenda for debate today. We have had the report repeated, we have had an amendment. We are now going through the process of voting, and that's what we are going to do now. Members have many other opportunities to continue to debate this matter. Honorable members, the presiding officer, this is Rule 81 on declaration of vote. The presiding officer may, at any time after a question has been fully put permit one member of each political party to state on behalf of his or her party, in a speech not exceeding 3 minutes, the reasons why the party is in favor or not of the question. This matter, in my opinion, humble opinion, has been debated, honorable members. And honorable members, yes, I therefore suggest that we proceed.
May I address you exactly on the same point, presiding officer?
Do so, honorable member.
Your discretion is truly respected, but it is our considered opinion, and I speak on behalf of the DA, that you failed in your duty to allow a declaration of vote on the amendment. And in doing so, it is our considered opinion that it's a dereliction of your duty to preside in a fair and impartial manner.
Yes, I respect your
Point
opinion,
of order,
honorable
Deputy
member,
Deputy Chief.
to which you are entitled. I really
Point
respect
of
your
order,
opinion.
Deputy
Yes?
Speaker.
Yes, honorable member, what's that?
Deputy Speaker, I rise on a point of order in terms of the rules that what the DA is doing is filibustering. What they are doing is wasting our time.
What's the point of order?
The point of order is what is happening is unprocedural. They're trying to challenge the ruling of
What
the...
rule is this, Deputy
They're
Speaker?
trying to challenge the
Point of
ruling...
order.
I don't understand what is the chief whip of opposition doing, leading by in
Point
that
of
manner
order.
that he's doing. He needs to learn to relax and allow us to speak. It's not his parliament.
Point of order.
We all are members here. We are allowed to speak. Can he, Deputy Speaker, can you allow me to speak? Because he's
Yes.
interrupting me. I'm not
Proceed.
done on my point.
Finish your point, honorable member.
What I'm raising here, Speaker, is that you've made a ruling that the DA is challenging on your rule, and which they know very well is that it's unprocedural what they are doing. And I understand what they are trying to do is not correct in terms of the rules. So we request that you be decisive and be able to, if they have challenges, they must take it to the rules committee to challenge what the rulings you have made.
All right, honorable member.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable
Deputy
member.
Speaker, with respect, the honourable member did not mention a single rule in her introduction. And I want to say again that when you expect us to rise, we've got to now find the rule and we've got to have it on hand. But an ANC member can get up and make a speech, basically a declaration, and is allowed to just do it as long as she wants. If you're going to apply the rules, you better apply them fairly, because that's exactly why this house has degenerated.
Honorable members, let us proceed with what we were doing here. I've given a ruling with respect. Members feel strong about these matters. That happens. We do expect that sometimes our feelings can be very strong about these matters before the House. In my opinion, frankly speaking, this matter has been debated fully, and I would like to proceed with putting the question before the House.
Deputy Speaker, can I address you, please?
Yes.
On Rule 81. The rule says you may at any time allow for declarations. So the discretion is yours. We would like, yes, don't worry. I am English speaking. I understand what may means. But what we would like from you, first of all, is a ruling from yourself on this matter. Secondly, if I may, on the biasness of the presiding officers here today, and particularly yourself, Deputy Speaker, not long ago you read out a ruling about amendments to reports. And while the Honourable Steenhuisen was adhering to the ruling, you interrupted him and tried to stifle freedom of speech. That shows biasness on your own part. And by allowing a declaration here, you will be redeeming yourself somewhat, not entirely, through allowing freedom of speech in this debate. And I would ask you once again to reconsider and allowing a declaration on the item put before this House.
Yeah. Honourable member, I'm afraid I respect your views, as I said, but I'm not changing the ruling that I've made, honourable members. Honourable member, yes? You are not convincing me, in other words. Yes, honourable member?
Thanks, Honourable Deputy Chair. The members of the ruling party are drowning the speaker, and they are making noise. We can't even hear what the other honourable member is saying.
Honourable members of the
Just
ruling
listen
party,
now.
honourable members, order.
This is how they behave.
No, this is, please be ordered. Honourable members.
They don't stop, they know you are one of them. Listen, they are making a noise. It's the only thing they are
Honourable
good
members,
at.
can you allow
Just
the
make
House
a
to
noise
proceed?
And use the majority voice. They are drowning me.
Okay, honourable member,
Point of order,
let's
Madam
proceed.
Speaker.
Let's proceed.
Point of order, Speaker.
I thought you will
There's a
stop
man-
them.
Honourable member, there's a person on his legs there, please, man.
They are making noise. Stop
Okay.
them.
All right, sit down, honourable member. Okay, take your seat. Thank you very much. Honourable
point of
members,
order,
please
Speaker.
just allow us to proceed.
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, honourable member.
I want to highlight on the basis of this vote that if it proceeds in the manner that it is, tomorrow I'm forced with no option but to table in the Western Cape High Court a legal action against your party. So I need to make the declaration right here today.
Honourable members, please. Honourable members, I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so,
On a point of order,
Honourable Chief Whip,
Deputy Speaker, nobody has asked for the division. They just rejected the report, but they didn't ask for the division. We don't have to vote.
No, honourable members.
Honourable Deputy Speaker,
Can I-
may I address you?
Yeah.
If I
Honour-
can recall, you haven't put the question yet on the report, and we request you.
No, honourable member, you've forgotten. I did.
Then we
And
call
I-
for a division.
Yes, thank you, honourable member. I did ask that, please. Your memories can be freshened up a little bit. There's a division called. We will call for a minute of bells to be rung. Honourable members, I would like to remind members that they may only vote from their allocated seats. When requested to do so, members must simply indicate their vote by pressing the appropriate button. If a member inadvertently presses the wrong button, the member may thereafter press the correct button. The last button pressed will be recorded as the member's vote when the voting session is closed by the chair. The question before the House is that the report of the ad hoc committee on the report of the Minister of Police in reply to recommendations of the ad hoc committee on report by President regarding security upgrades at Nkandla private residence be adopted. Are all members in their allocated seats? Voting will now commence. Those in favor of the adoption of the report, press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Sorry?
I made a mistake there. My mic did not work. It did not work. Right. Oh.
Honorable members, the ayes 198, the noes 93. No abstentions. Agreed to. Honorable members, the Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of interim report of Joint Ad hoc Committee on probing violence against foreign nationals on request for extension of reporting deadline.
Chief Whip.
I move that the ad hoc committee report on the violence against foreign nationals be agreed to as requested.
The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. The last item on the order paper is a subject for discussion in the name of the leader of the opposition on the growing economic crisis facing South Africa. Honorable Maimani.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, Bagaitsu Dumelang. I think it's important for me up front to declare that now that the ANC has passed through the whitewash of the report, we will tomorrow be tabling an action to have this report be declared irrational and set aside. And that is a promise I make to the people of this country, that this ANC government has no moral authority to speak of and is bankrupt at best. What is critical to acknowledge, Deputy Speaker, is that the rights and the freedoms contained in our Constitution are being denied to our fellow South Africans. True freedom really requires not just political and social freedom, but economic emancipation. Yet South Africa is facing an unprecedented economic crisis. Economic growth for 2014 fell to 1.4%, and it's forecast to grow at only 2% for 2015. The most recent manufacturing data shows a decrease in production of 1.2% quarter on quarter for the second quarter of 2015, following a contraction of 0.5% in the first quarter. The rand is weakening and faces a crisis, and yet even though COSATU called for it for some years ago, clearly they failed to use it, and it has shown no effect on stimulating an export-led growth. And South Africa still today is a net importer. Meanwhile, honorable members, for ordinary South Africans, the cost of living continues to rise. But this economic crisis is really about one thing and one thing alone. It's about jobs, or it's about the lack of jobs. Without freedom, without jobs, freedom is limited. The new inequality in South Africa today is between those who have work and those who don't have work. Deputy Chairperson, the real cost of the economic crisis is the freedom of the 8.4 million South Africans who today don't have work. Plainly stated, 1 in 3 South Africans is unable to find work. 1 in 3 South Africans has the lack or the means to an opportunity to provide for themselves or their families. But of even greater concern is that 2 out of every 3 of the unemployed are young South Africans, 70% of these being young black South Africans. Young black South Africans who are not enjoying the benefits of freedom. Deputy Chairperson, ke batla ho bua ne ke ile go Limpopo. Ka ba bona ka weekend. Batho ba rona ba mo South Africa ba sokola. Ga ba sokole fela ba sokodiswa ke puso ya ga President Jacob Zuma e paletsweng ke go tlisa ditšhono tsa mmereko mo go bone. Ba nkaela ka gore ga ba kgone go kry-a mmereko la ba na le di-degree, la ba na le diploma. ba bona gore the only way o ka kry-a mosebetsi ke ga o le connected to lekoko la ga President Jacob Zuma go ya ko pele. I want to highlight, honorable members, this economic crisis is not because of apartheid or Jan van Riebeck. It's because of President Angazi, Jacob Zuma, who has failed South Africans. That in fact, since President Jacob Zuma has come into office, unemployment, those not having an ability to have work, has risen by 30% since he took office. His promises and his plans do not put food on the table, no pay for an education, while the corruption of his government and his ANC cronies deprives the people of this country of basic services. What is worse is that last week the president called a press conference, unprecedented in the history of his presidency, to simply come and tell the people of South Africa an update on the state of the nation. Wait till we waited, the South Africans, hoping for something to be announced. Instead, the president told the people of South Africa, no, everything seems to be going well. I'm afraid, Mr. President, it's not. South Africans are facing a crisis of unemployment, and it's primarily your fault. Ultimately, what is true is that he came and took responsibility that, in fact, we have a crisis before us. He cannot deny this, for even the documents released by the ANC for the National General Council confirm that there's an economic crisis in South Africa. According to the latest World Economic Outlook by the IMF, over the next 2 years, emerging markets and developing economies are projected to grow at 4.45%, while sub-Saharan Africa is expected to grow by 4.7%. Other countries are making progress at a rate faster than us, but we ourselves, the South Africans, can't, thanks to this ANC government. The fact of the matter is that under the ANC's government, Minister Junior Jacob Zuma Gigaba introduced job-killing visa regulations, now attempts to repair the damage through another ineffectual interministerial committee. It's under this government's watch that the energy crisis has gone from bad to worse. In fact, Wemidupi and Kusile are now delayed by a further 2 years. You can see what's important for the ANC when I look around. It's in Nkandla, because as long as we defend number one, we are doing our jobs. But when we're talking about the economy, other things seem to be much better, for ultimately South Africans are suffering with lack of work. But you will account for this, because ultimately, it is under your government's watch that the energy crisis has gone from bad to worse, and ultimately, no economy can grow unless it is energy secure. It's under this government that we're seeing water shedding in communities on top of load shedding as infrastructure collapses under the mismanagement of this government. It's under this government's watch that investors have been moving away by threats of expropriation and uncertainty regarding empowerment policies. Minister Rob Davies tabled the BBBEE codes, which he was then forced to review, then to clarify, and now today it's blatantly clear that the BBBEE was designed by the ANC currently to empower those who are politically connected to the ANC. This is a crisis of this government's making, and when we in this house asked about the extent of job losses in this country, it became quite clear. President came here and said, I do not know. So, Honorable Speaker, I believe this government is denying the freedoms of South Africa. It's got a bloated cabinet with 9 ministries, but it seems quite clear that they cannot solve this economic crisis. So let me be frank. The only way we'll solve the economic crisis is by replacing the members on this side by members from the DA so we can take South Africa. The South African economy, in our view, has potential to reach between 5 to 8%. And this, ultimately, requires a few things that we need to do. We need to solve the energy crisis that is crippling South Africa by breaking the Eskom monopoly and opening the grid to independent power producers. We need to reject this benefit scheme that has been put forward by President Zuma for the ANC of a 1 trillion rands nuclear deal. Secondly, we must take action to rid the economy of the legislative and regulatory constraints in key industries, such as suspending these job-killing visa regulations and the MPRDA to give greater long-term certainty to investors. But above all of this, we must make sure that we create an environment that is sustainable for small businesses to be able to grow. We must recognize that the heroes in South Africa are those who create jobs, not the ones who are shedding them. And we must make it easier for micro-enterprise to proceed. We must, and I will pick the fight against the unions who have ultimately have this inflexible labor regulations that ultimately protect the rights of those who work at the expense of those who are unemployed. The damage being caused by SATU and COSATU is the untold story of this economic crisis. Honorable members, we will ultimately, when we take over this government, repeal the Labor Relations Act, such as those relating to collective bargaining, closed shop agreements, and minimum threshold for representation. These are key aspects of the law that are destroying people from being able to find work. Finally, it becomes crucial that we look at expanding the benefits enjoyed by companies in the special economic zones to the whole country so that South Africa becomes a hub for entrepreneurship to grow and for jobs to be created. Honorable members, the economy is like a living organism that will only grow and flourish under the right conditions. And we are showing that here in the Western Cape, that where we govern, unemployment is the lowest in the country. Government, therefore, has a responsibility to provide leadership. We must, if we're going to create jobs, ultimately ensure that we have a reliable infrastructure, a skilled labor force, a legislative and regulatory framework that supports and incentivizes job creation, and policy certainty that attracts investment. The solution lies in replacing this corrupt government to truly a champion of an inclusive economy. The DA government would make it its mission to unlock the potential of our economy and respond to the needs of the human face of our economic crisis. We will provide leadership for this economy for those who are desperately looking to, so that we can have an accountable, competent government that serves its people and fulfills their hope. South Africans next year actually have a profound opportunity of voting out both Junior Jacob Zuma and replacing them with a government that will serve the people. And they will remove you. I thank you very much.
The Honorable the Minister of Economic Development.
Honorable members, fellow South Africans. Challenging times and difficult problems require insight, steady leadership, and purposeful action. When the ship of state is faced with turbulent or stormy conditions, neither panic nor petty point scoring is helpful. We have just had a lesson in point scoring by the leader of the opposition, whose speech, unsurprisingly but nonetheless disappointingly, is rich in rhetoric and insult, but poor in insight and credible answers. To return to the stormy conditions metaphor, there are two possible responses, honorable members, to the conditions we face. The first says, we see a global storm coming. Let's blame government and whip the ANC with it. The other approach says, we see stormy conditions, let's steer carefully, keep the crew united, and get beyond the storm. So where are we now? And what are the turbulence or economic storms that we need to navigate carefully? The South African economy is growing, but not fast enough. Our current projected growth rate of 2% is below what is needed to realize our vision of 11 million new jobs by 2030. There are economies growing faster than South Africa, like Ethiopia, India, Malaysia, China, and Tanzania. But there are also economies growing more slowly than South Africa, like, according to the latest IMF data, Germany, France, Argentina, Brazil, and Russia. Jobs growth in South Africa has been robust and strong in the past year and in the past quarter. Indeed, over the past 12 months, we have seen 563,000 new jobs created, with construction and agriculture leading the pack. By the end of June this year, there were just over 15.6 million South Africans in employment, the highest ever. Jobs growth over the past 2 years has been faster than GDP growth, pointing to a more labor-absorbing growth spurt. But these global storms, particularly in mining and the steel industry, can affect the wider economy and jobs. We need to recognize that and manage it. These storms originate outside the country, in the commodity markets of Asia and Europe, but principally from the slowdown of China's extraordinary growth, and with it, the demand for minerals, steel, and oil. This has seen prices of our major mining exports, iron ore, coal, platinum, and gold, fall by an average of 50% since 2011. In the past few years, to June 2015, the international iron ore price fell by 67%, coal prices fell by 54%, platinum by 39%, and gold by 13%. These four products employ 425,000 mine workers. They account for 1/4 of South Africa's exports, and they have been thus far an important source of growth for South Africa. Not surprisingly, honorable members, other economies with major mining industries are also dealing with serious challenges. Some 20,000 mining jobs in the coming year are under threat in Australia, whose growth rate is also projected to decline. While the United States mining sector lost 15,000 jobs in April, its fourth straight monthly loss, and Canada lost 19,700 jobs in the resources sector. Anglo American reported a $3 billion loss, mainly due to its flagship iron ore project in Minas Rio in Brazil, compared with a net income of $1.5 billion a year ago. So this is the commodity storm, and that commodity storm is a major cause that two countries in BRICS, Russia and Brazil, expect their economies to be in recession this year. It is the main reason that the IMF last month downgraded growth projections for sub-Saharan Africa by almost a full percentage point. The slowdown in Chinese demand has contributed to a glut of steel in global markets, leading to severe price and profitability pressures on the steel industry. These two global storms in the mineral and steel sector are what we have to navigate with as little damage as possible, recognizing that production and job losses in these sectors can have a multiplier effect on the economy. So what are we doing to respond to this? First, we are maintaining a high level of public investment in infrastructure, which is a true game changer for the economy. We're spending close to R250 billion a year, or R1 billion every working day, on economic, industrial, and social infrastructure. The BRICS New Development Bank is a major potential source of new funding for South African and African infrastructure. Second, we are expanding trade with the rest of Africa, particularly exports of South African-made cars, machinery, iron and steel, and food products. Honorable members will be interested to note that exports to the rest of the continent now account for 244,000 direct jobs here in South Africa, and it has been estimated as much as 885,000 total jobs if you take the economic multiplier. That last year, Zambia was our #1 global export market for televisions, Zimbabwe for plastic products, Mozambique for clothing, and the DRC for electrical equipment. The leader of the opposition would be well advised to acquaint him with the economic data. Third, we are implementing actions in the domestic economy, summed up in the 9-point plan announced by the President in the State of the Nation address in February. The 9 points are: 1, resolving the energy challenges through practical actions, including cogeneration, new IPPs, and completing the Energy Build program. 2, revitalizing the agriculture and agro-processing value chain. 3, advancing beneficiation through adding value to our mineral wealth. 4, more effective implementation of a higher impact industrial policy action plan. 5, unlocking the potential of small business, cooperatives, and township and rural enterprises. 6, stabilizing the labor market. 7, scaling up private sector investment. 8, growing the oceans economy. And 9, diversifying and boosting the economy through science, technology, and innovation, expanding transport, water, and ICT infrastructure, and reforming state-owned companies. Honorable members, to respond to the steel industry's problems, we fast-tracked a tariff investigation by the trade authorities on 3 steel products. We completed a competition commission probe into steel pricing by the dominant company. We extended short-term industrial funding of 150 million rand to one steel mill to give it the space to restructure rather than to close its doors. We appointed a panel of steel industry experts to identify options for steel that would not damage downstream factory users. And finally, we are meeting with business and labor to identify further steps to be taken. Honorable members, to respond to the mining industry's problems, we convened a dialogue with stakeholders to consider options to reduce or avoid job losses. We are investing in technologies and innovation to boost demand and localization, such as platinum fuel cell pilot projects. And we have initiated a mining pakisa to address the future of the industry. To respond to the clothing and textile industry's challenges, we implemented a tariff increase on finished products at the start of the previous administration. We set a reference price on imported clothing to identify smuggling and import fraud. We created a competitiveness fund that has already invested over 3 billion rand in new technologies and work organization to boost output and jobs. More generally, honorable members, the IDC expanded its industrial funding envelope over the past 5 years, particularly in green energy. So while the opposition, the official opposition calls for more support for green energy, the IDC put some 14 billion rand into the independent power producer program that has already seen almost 2,000 megawatts of energy coming onto the grid. The IDC is now focusing on expanding investment in manufacturing, agro-processing, and new industries. During a time of declining mineral exports in dollar value, honorable members, our auto exports have actually accelerated since 2011 and now constitute one of our top 5 exports, speaking to the success of the partnership built with investors. To boost competitiveness, the competition authorities have acted against monopolies and cartels in sectors such as fertilizers, bread and poultry, steel, construction, and telecoms. To promote partnerships, the Deputy President has led discussions with the business community and trade unions on reducing workplace conflict, including on the role of strike ballots, action against violence in strikes, and picketing rules. To reduce income inequality in the workplace, proposals for a national minimum wage are under discussion. The Democratic Alliance often cloaks its rhetoric as support for small business, but its recent 5-point plan that the Honorable Maimane referred to calls, among others, for amendments to the labor laws to, and I'd like to quote, relieve some of the restrictions on bigger employers. No, I didn't make a mistake. Let me read that again. Quote, relieve some of the restrictions on bigger employers wishing to dismiss employees, unquote. And, quote, generous exemption from labor legislation, unquote, in industrial zone. What Honorable Maimane calls picking a fight. You see, Honorable Maimane, where we differ very clearly is that in the economic storms that the economy may face, the DA calls for industrial war against the organized working class, while the ANC takes steps to build industrial partnerships between business and labor. To boost youth employment, government is revamping its skills and entrepreneurship support programs to make them more effective. The President convened a meeting with the business community 10 days ago, at which stronger partnerships on skills development and work placements were considered. You see, Honorable Maimane, the DA claims a magic wand on youth jobs, if only it could be in power. It cites the Western Cape measures on youth, as the Honorable Maimane did a few minutes ago. Of course, we welcome provincial efforts to support youth employment, but intention and effect are not always the same thing. In the past 3 months, 5,000 more young people became unemployed in the Western Cape in spite of the incentive packages. 5,000 young people became unemployed in the Western Cape in spite of this. More generally, in the same 3 months, from April to June this year, the Western Cape lost 37,000 jobs in agriculture, 32,000 jobs in manufacturing, 20,000 jobs in the government sector, and 7,000 jobs in finance and business services. No doubt the DA will say that this reflects complex realities. And yes, we agree we should not abuse job numbers for narrow political point scoring. We will work as national government to help the Western Cape, like other provinces, to boost youth employment, because these are our young people, all of us as political representatives across all the political parties. Deputy Speaker, a critic has been described as someone with opinions on the way ahead, but who can't drive a car. We call it backseat driving. Fellow South Africans, as we navigate our way through the mineral and steel turbulence and storms generated by falling global demand, we need to pull South Africans together, address domestic challenges such as energy and labor business partnerships, and speak with one voice. 4 days ago, government convened a meeting with social partners that discussed these pressures, and a job summit was proposed to identify what each constituent can do to mitigate these pressures. That and the practical steps that I outlined are our responses to these global pressures, to our efforts to promote development, to promote jobs, and to promote inclusive growth. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Shivambu.
Thank you very much, Chair. Earlier we allowed you as Parliament to vote on protection of one individual for the corruption that has happened in Nkandla. And the ruling party had a 3-line whip. All its members were here, but now we're discussing an unfolding crisis in the economy. Only half of them are here. Then you begin to wonder what is the real purpose of the ruling party in terms of ruling and managing this country. The reality is that we have got an economic crisis that is caused mainly because of the declining demand in the mining sector of the mineral resources. The volumes of platinum, of iron ore, of gold, of coal that was demanded by particularly China is declining and is going to decline further. And because those EP were being produced for profit purposes and for exchange, it means that their production are no longer necessary. It will lead to the closure of many mines. You indicated a few weeks ago that already in the mining sector, 23,000 jobs have been lost in 3 months in the mining sector. So that means that 23,000 breadwinners can no longer generate income for their families. 23,000 families do not have anyone to provide for their basic necessities. And that rate is not about to decline. It is going to continue. It might even lead to 200,000 jobs lost in the South African economy. That is a crisis. It is going to affect all other sectors of the economy. And what is the ruling party doing? It is burying its head in the sand and ignoring the fact that we are in the middle of an unfolding crisis in the mining sector. And we have been saying this, and mining is a critical component of South Africa's economy. Historically and now, it employs close to 1 million people. If it's affected and disrupted, many families, the whole economy might even lead to a point of collapse. But what is to be done? What is to happen? We have said to you before, and we're saying to you again, that you need to take ownership of the mines and mineral resources, the actual process of extraction of mineral resources. We need to nationalize the mines in order to have proper industrialization and beneficiation locally. You can't beneficiate and industrialize what you do not own. You can't rely on the multinational companies to give you those minerals because they are only interested in the exchange and making of quick profits. And when you speak about industrialization, you must understand the important component, Honorable Davis, of protection of South Africa's industries. A huge number of products that come into South Africa are not tariffed. They just enter the country, plastic products, furniture, and a variety of other things. Why do you have such a situation where you do not protect labor-absorptive sectors of the economy? We have been saying to you that diversify the economy by protecting strategic sectors of daily consumables, but you're not doing so. I honestly do not know what else you need us to do. Today, we're listening in the Standing Committee on Finance that there is more money which the Reserve Bank has reported goes to Luxembourg, a country of about 600,000 people, than it goes to Germany, which is one of South Africa's biggest trading partners. And we have been saying to you since we arrived here in Parliament that you have got a crisis of profit shifting, of transfer pricing, of base erosion. Still today, you are refusing to illegalize tax avoidance. All these companies are doing all these things and are not listening. I really do not know what we have to do to, maybe we need prayer because you are really ignorant of just basic things in terms of how we must move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Shengwa.
Honorable House Chairperson, honorable members, our future, freedom, dignity, and democracy depend on our ability to work, and therefore it is imperative that we get South Africa working. Once again, we are called upon to reflect upon the general state of our economy, and in particular the rate at which youth unemployment is at, which now sits at 70%. Thus, we are confronted with the question of how did we get here? The 2008 economic meltdown cannot be fully blamed for the crisis which we find ourselves in today. We are in this mess today because of the inconsistent, incoherent policy direction which the ANC has pursued since 1994. It is not the economic meltdown that derailed GIA, RDP was GISA, but right was the ANC at the behest of its alliance masters. It's not the economic meltdown that reneged on the youth wage subsidy, but rather it was the ANC at the behest of its alliance masters. And it is not the economic meltdown that is derailing the National Development Plan, but rather it's once more the ANC at the behest of its alliance masters. This therefore begs the question, who is actually running this country? The ANC has become a shadow of its former self and has ceded its electoral mandate to manage the affairs of this country to the SACP and COSATU, who when they sneeze, we all catch the cold. We are in this mess today because Mr. ANC is playing footsie-footsie with Mrs. SACP and Mistress COSATU. The tripartite alliance is a political polygamy of doom and gloom. Most South Africans are struggling to get by, they are without jobs, and they are dependent on the state and less on themselves. We are increasingly becoming a welfare state, contrary to the mission of being a developmental state. We are no longer a nation at work, we are a nation out of work. The sound values of self-help and self-reliance have been replaced by a growing and systematic culture of dependency. Unemployment, and youth unemployment in particular, is a ticking time bomb and now sits at 34.9%. We have reached ground zero. In fact, we have reached crisis point. To grow our economy, the IFP proposes these very urgent interventions that we must balance job creation and job protection by revising labor laws to allow more flexibility and reduce red tape. This will generate investment, new jobs, and growth. Take out the politics of the unions out of the economy because we cannot be held to ransom by the unions. We should focus on developing skills through suitable skills which are for today's market through the funding of training programs and learnerships. We must provide support, sustainable support for small and medium-sized businesses and incentivize those that employ and train women and youth. The youth wage subsidy must be implemented in its original form, and we should create mentorship programs through which local and international businesses can incubate youth businesses. Establish special economic zones, particularly in rural areas, to ensure communities become self-sustainable, and we must create tax incentives and low-tax zones in those areas to stimulate growth, jobs, and development. And the education system must be overhauled as a matter of urgency. I thank you.
Stogos. Hlonishwa Shilembe.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of Parliament, South Africa is heading towards becoming an interventionist development state where the governing party believes it can head off future political defeat by destroying democratic institutions in a desperate bid to cling to power. Right now, government is battling a range of social and economic ills, including rampant unemployment and crime, rising inequality, poor education, and the progress of slow growth in the black middle class. And yes, we are in an economic crisis which is growing. The question we ask, how do we stop this economic crisis from worsening? The solution to our deepening economic crisis is not simple, nor will it happen overnight. The damage done by the ANC government runs too deep for quick fixes. In the short term, we need to take a serious look at our current labor legislation. Labor policy must balance the protection of workers' rights with the need to build greater flexibility into the labor market to make it easier for the business to create jobs. We also need to establish a skills development system that will be able to support future economic growth with the main focus on our youth. Equally important, we must promote small, medium, and micro-sized enterprises, which can serve as the engine for economic growth and job creation in South Africa. In the medium term, South Africa needs to become more competitive in the global market. To do so, we must prioritize manufacturing and add value to our commodities, which are currently being exported in raw form and then imported in the form of consumer goods. We must also expand rural development opportunities not by building malls, but by providing incentives for light industry and manufacturers to establish development hubs that will benefit local communities and help stem the tide of rapid urbanization. In the long term, we need to invest in quality education of our children, with top priority being given to mathematics and science. Our education system must be geared towards promoting entrepreneurs. In short, we need to cultivate a South Africa of job givers rather than focus on job seekers. In addition, we need to systematically reduce reliance on social grants and create an ethos of working for an income rather than wait for handouts from the government. Our current level of social spending is not sustainable in the long term and deflects much needed money away from infrastructure development. To conclude, if we wish to arrest the economic crisis and place South Africa on a road of economic growth and prosperity, we need to develop our single greatest national asset, that is human capital. We must invest in our youth today if we want to secure the economic future of our beloved country. This will not happen under the leadership of an ANC government. The time for change has come, and the time is now. I thank you.
Stogos. Honorable Menir.
Chairperson, we too easily forget that millions of people suffer every day in South Africa. They suffer because they do not have food, and because they do not have shelter, and because they feel unsafe. And they do not have food, and they do not have shelter, and they feel unsafe because they do not have jobs. And because they do not have jobs, they have no dignity, they have no independence, and they have no freedom. That is the reality of millions of people who suffer every day in South Africa. And yet President Jacob Zuma tells us that it's not all doom and gloom. Well, that's not what the Honorable Minister of Finance was thinking when he warned that low levels of economic growth and high levels of unemployment are the new normal. The fact is, the economy is stuck in a low growth path and is forecast to grow at rates well below the 5.4% every year envisaged in the National Development Plan. Foreign direct investment is declining, inflation is rising, the national debt is spiraling from 500 billion to 1.6 trillion to 2.2 trillion by 2017. The large current account deficit makes us vulnerable and an honorary member of the Fragile Five, and now the Troubled 10. And in the end, 7.6 million people who would like a job but cannot find a job, or would like a job but have given up looking for a job, are unemployed. What this means in the end is that 7.6 million people, many of them young people, live without dignity, live without independence, and live without freedom in South Africa. Panicking, President Jacob Zuma called a press conference last week in order to provide an update on work done since the State of the Nation address on the 12th of February 2015. This was a perfect opportunity for him to take concrete action to reverse his economic policy, which is killing investment, killing economic growth, and killing jobs in South Africa. But instead, he focused on process rather than outcome, announcing the formation of, you guessed it, new interministerial committees, new task teams, and new working groups. He could simply have announced there and then that the new visa regulations would be scrapped, or that the labor laws would be relaxed, but he didn't do so, and that would actually boost economic growth and create jobs. But in the end, he did not do so. And why did he not do so? Because the root cause of the economic problem in South Africa is the political problem. What we need is clear policy focusing on growing the economy and creating jobs. But what we have is policy uncertainty caused by deep divisions between and within the ANC, SACP, and COSATU. President Zuma tells us the National Development Plan is the policy of government. But the Deputy Minister of Public Works, Jeremy Cronin, tells us the National Development Plan is more of a vision. And now the ANC tells us the National Development Plan is in fact simply a living document, not cast in stone. We have the Honourable Minister for Economic Development saying, create jobs by fixing the drains. But then we have the Minister of Finance saying, we don't have the money to fix the drains. What this illustrates in the end is the biggest binding constraint on the economy is politics rather than economics. And unless we get the politics right, we will never get the economics right. That is why more and more young people who want jobs but cannot find jobs understand that you can have high rates of economic growth or you can have an ANC government, but you cannot have both. And more young people realize you can have low levels of unemployment or you can have an ANC government, but you cannot have both. And more young people realize they don't have a job because President Zuma does have a job. And that as long as President Zuma has a job, they will not have a job. And that is why more and more young people who want jobs but cannot find jobs are choosing to vote for freedom, fairness, and opportunity in South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Menyer. Nchabiseki Kwankwa.
Well, ndiyabulela mhlali ngaphambili. Masiqale sithi ndikhumbula ukuthi uPeter Drucker obhala incwadi ze-management and leadership. Wakho wathetha intoba leadership is about ensuring that the ladder is leaning against the right wall. I think in some respects, finally, the ladder is leaning against the right wall. Because remember, we always talk about the issue in intervention in particular, and the importance of state intervention in developmental economy. But when we're debating the issue in the Standing Committee on Finance recently about non-commercial mandates and how expensive it is to fund some of the non-commercial mandates, especially in some of the parastatals and SOEs, one of the issues we raised was maybe the time has come for government ukuthi aqwalasele umcimbi ofana nokuthi there might be issues where you find ukuthi the rationale for intervention in some of the sectors and subsectors is not as strong as it was in the past, and therefore fanele allow the private sector maybe to play a role there. So meaning it's an issue about rationalization. We've also spoken about...
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
We'll you please take your seat, Honorable Member? Honorable Filtani, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Chair. How parliamentary is it that when this debate is on, Honorable Minister is very busy on his phone, not even listening?
Honorable members, the phone is not allowed in the House. If there is, that is unparliamentary. Continue, Honorable Member.
Oh, well, Siabulan. But I think the issue, and you lose the rhythm indeed. The issue is, but we thank him very much for that point of order. But I think Eonadibalekleyo is, when we talk about umcimbo economy and the crises he faces, Leo, should we be melodramatic and go on and say turning and turning in the widening gear, things fall apart, the center cannot hold? Or should we be saying and asking the questions as it in some of the challenges that we face, like for an example in renewable energy? I'm aware that there are plans underway to try and address some of the challenges that are experienced in former homelands in particular. But I'm not aware of plans that are made to make sure that young people in particular and small business, youth-owned small business enterprises play a critical role in that sector. I know it's also an issue that has to do with skills development in general. But remember, if you want to go the economy, it's a matter of business confidence. And if you talk about business confidence, it's about leadership. It's about leadership and governance. Ndifuna ukuthi mna xa ndizawuthetha ngokhongolose kukho laa bali likasokhetje laa ntsomi ngosasakhula ingxaki ekhoyo into yoba kugcwele osokhetje ngoku. Andithi usokhetje wayezama ukulawula la madoda alwa ngesonka. Kwafumanisa ukuthi ndawo balamle osokhetje lona nawo uyaqhekeza uyasitya umane esibeke esikali nesigqiba. And that is the problem ebangela ukuthi ube kanti iyavuza ingxowa. Ivalwa njenguminister uyagalela iyaphuma ngezantsi ifana nalaa mfene yayivula intsimo yombona. It was the problem. Iyagalela iyaphuma iyaphela. Izawuthi ukuze siyilungise sisuso sokhetje apha kwi-ruling party. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't want to disturb your speech much. I just want to explain something to Honorable Filtani. Honorable Filtani, members can use their phones to refer or to check whatever they want to check from the phones, as long as they don't interfere with what is happening in the House or distract the speaker who is speaking. Thank you very much. Akbar Lit Albert.
Thank you, Chairperson. In analyzing policy, it is sensible to look at the evidence and not ideology. In the real world, data trumps ideology. If we accept this view, the data clearly indicates that South Africa is in deep trouble. So is the rest of the world. So while the world's troubles are circling us in a perfect storm, the ANC government's policies based on inflexible stealth Marxist ideology have diminished the possibility of creating a resilient cushion against any external adversity, but have more so actually destroyed wealth and job opportunities within South Africa. Die ANC erken self dat hulle beleid nie die rigting het of rigting kry om armoede uit te wis nie en dat daar gekyk moet word om die privaat sektor se beleggings te verhoog. Dit is 'n stap in die regte rigting en in skrille kontras met die ANC se beleid en gedrag tot dusver. However, if we count the ways the ANC has destroyed wealth by stubborn adherence to ideology, that is by fitting data to fit their worldview in the face of data that tells them another story, the following self-harming measures stand out, to name a few. Firstly, the data says freeing up an economy allows you to grow, but ANC ideology says following the Freedom Charter and creating equality at all costs is more important than growth, even if we all end up dirt poor. The data says you must plan to provide power for the country, but ideology says we have no crisis. The data says BBBE creates only a few rich blacks and has harmed the economy by billions of rands, but ideology says BBBE works even if no evidence exists. We must merely intensify. Damn the data. Furthermore, the data says security of property is the cornerstone of a modern economy, but ideology says redistribute land and assets at will in the name of equity, irrespective of the effect on the economy and food security. The data says good education is a prerequisite for a growing economy, but ideology says keep the standards low so that the pass rate is high, even if the economic growth is low. Hierdie kontras tussen die werklikheid en ideologie sal opgelos moet word as die ANC enige ekonomiese sukses wil smaak. Die ANC wil nie verstaan dat enige ekonomie 'n komplekse stelsel is nie. Meng jy te veel in, kry jy onbedoelde gevolge wat skade veroorsaak. Vra maar die Sowjetunie wat na 70 jaar se sentrale beplanning in duie gestort het. We are facing a fiscal cliff and imminent credit rating downgrade. It is time for the ANC to grow up and stop playing with ideology and people's lives. For as it stands, the ANC is walking with eyes wide shut into the jaws of madness and pulling the country with it into the abyss. I thank you.
Thank you, Akbaralet. Mhlomphehi Tlhane.
I thank you, Honorable House Chair. We wish to commence this debate by making it very clear to honorable members of the opposition that the ANC does not regard them as its enemies. We regard you as our brothers and sisters, as fellow South Africans, and we have always acknowledged and been comfortable with the fact that you have a right not to be part of the liberation movement, that you reserve a right not to be part of the party of Nelson Mandela, Joe Slovo, and Helen Joseph. We, however, do not believe that some of you have a right to perpetually climb on top of mountains to say horrible things about our beautiful country and government, which cast aspersions on all of us and drive our country into the ground. Those of us who know what it took for us to be where we are today will defend our fledgling democracy with everything in our power. Your insistent pessimism is inadvertently and consciously causing untold damage on the socio-economic fabric of our country and chasing away potential investors and tourists. Being in the opposition does not imply that you must perennially oppose and criticize everything that government does or says. Your criticism must be objective and rational in order to add value to the work of government. This is how it is done in democracies. By despising and rejecting everything done by government, you are creating a nest for yourselves in the dungeons and abyss of counter-revolution, and history will judge you as such. Despite and contrary to your unending negativism, floods of investors and tourists have been arriving into our country to find investment opportunities and thus create much-needed jobs for needy South Africans. Very soon, your own sons and daughters will curiously ask you as to why so many people from all continents of the world are flocking to South Africa. After initially beating about the bush, you will ultimately be forced to tell your children the truth that all these potential investors are attracted to the country by the dynamic, vibrant, and effective economic policies of the ANC-led government. We are a stable democracy with a dynamic banking system, an abundance of natural resources, relatively well-developed regulatory systems, as well as research and development capabilities, and an established manufacturing base. It is these calculated and strategically balanced economic policies and systems that were critical in the creation of peaceful and stable political conditions in which former oppressors and victims alike live side by side together in relative harmony. You deliberately close your eyes to the global economic meltdown that is causing headaches for major economies in the world, such as the US and China, let alone the situation in Greece, Spain, and Portugal, which are all limping economically. Although our economic growth is not what we initially envisaged it to be, it is disingenuous to claim that there is an economic crisis in our country. Therefore, Honorable Maiman, when you are caught up in a massive storm, you do not scream, Mawe, Mawe, there's a crisis, crisis, crisis. When you are caught up in a storm, you take out your rain suit and umbrella and protect yourself. There is no economic crisis in this country, Honorable Man. Job creation remains high on the agenda of government, and state-owned entities are playing a pivotal role in this regard. Our progressive government does not wait for the private sector to create jobs. It plays its role as well, although this task is primarily reserved for the private sector. The ANC does acknowledge that a few of these entities are performing below expectation.
On a point of order, House Chair. Can the Speaker take a question?
Honorable Member, wait. Honorable Tliani, will you please take your seat? What's your point of order?
Does the Speaker know
what's
what the economic crisis is?
Honorable Member, I did not allow you.
Does the Speaker know what an economic crisis is? Because it's very clear you are
Honorable
misled.
Member.
Your researchers misled you. We have a huge economic crisis in South Africa, and that's a fact.
Honorable Member, that you are out of order. You were supposed to wait for me to give you that latitude to ask questions. No, please don't do that. Don't do that, Honorable Member.
The organization,
Continue, Honorable Tliani.
The organization is now in the process of finalizing a strategy to overhaul these entities. However, many of these entities are working very well and are contributing towards economic growth. On the matter of new visas that are confusing some of our people, we want to indicate that the Deputy President is chairing an interministerial committee to scrutinize the matter and to resolve accordingly. During our oversight work that we conducted in the Eastern Cape, for example, we were amazed by the good progress that government is making in the acquisition of renewable.
Musa Khotla, ke kopa go tsatsanka. Musa Khotla.
Honorable Member.
Ne ke kopa go tsatsanka muifo ka potso.
Muifo o ikemiseditse go tseya potso.
No, don't take
Not
questions
ready.
from the
Thank you.
EFF.
Continue.
During oversight work that we conducted in the Eastern Cape, we were amazed by the good progress that government is making in the acquisition of renewable energy sources. A lot of progress has already been made in endeavors aimed at the development of wind, gas, and solar energy in order to increase the capacity of the national grid. Already, government has worked with communities and ESCOM to provide over 400,000 solar water heaters to households, mostly in parts of the Eastern Cape and the Northern Cape. This brings about hot water and a reduced demand for grid electricity for the people. While we are aware of the limitations of clean energy, we intend to win this battle, which is a necessary prerequisite for the already unfolding massive industrialization happening across the country. These initiatives are, of course, being undertaken simultaneously with the construction of more power stations in the country, such as Midupi. On the regional front, Honorable President Zuma.
Thank
you.
Molutlegile Kota.
Thank you, Chairperson. Fellow South Africans, members of the House, the services sector of the economy of our country accounts for 600 billion rands. Public administration follows with 467 billion rands. Together, these two contribute 50% of our GDP. Manufacturing, mining, construction, transport, and agriculture contribute to the balance of the 50%. This is the heart of the problem. South Africa needs to increase production of tradable manufactured goods. As a matter of fact, since we have been in a democratic order of things, what has happened is that our manufacturing sector shrunk somewhat, but now it has shrunk immensely. And if we don't expand our manufacturing sector, we do not have tradable goods. We do not produce goods that other countries need from us. And if we do not increase that, we cannot increase employment. The fact of the matter, therefore, is that South Africa's ability to employ has been blunted, and we are increasingly building larger numbers of unemployed people. It's important that even our labor leaders must understand that the working class is not only those who are employed and unionized. The workers, the people who are unemployed are the workers, because their only survival is by selling their labor power. If they are not able to do that, they have no means to survive. If they don't have a means to survive, they become a big, huge reserve of labor that must struggle to find survival for itself. We cannot therefore continue to be comfortable with ever decreasing numbers of unionized supportive labor without dealing with unorganized and unemployed labor. That is really where the danger is for our society. Those who say we are not in a crisis do not understand this. They do not understand that the danger to any society is that it has large numbers of unemployed people, because those are the elements that make for instability and anarchy in society.
Thank you. Honorable Duckley.
Thank you, Chair. Joblessness, poverty, education, and skills are key issues demanding our attention. However, the energy crisis may well trump all issues vying for attention, as without sufficient energy to drive the economy, the chance of growth is virtually impossible. On this topic, the ACDP notes that environmental sociologist Dr. David Figg has described that South Africa's electricity crisis as a crisis of management, saying that the demand for electricity has never really exceeded installed capacity, and that the amount theoretically available, if all sources are functioning properly, can meet our needs. Urgent and ongoing attention must be focused on our management crises before all else. It is a failure of management that has resulted in the dysfunctional timetable for maintenance that has been eating into the safety margins. Having said this, the ACDP believes it is also important for government to increase the focus on renewable energy solutions through subsidies to encourage private use of renewable energy. While new electricity sources must be brought onto the grid as fast as possible, more reliance on renewables is essential to installing this new capacity. Within 3 days of the Fukushima nuclear disaster in Japan, the German government made far-reaching changes to the country's energy policy, with Chancellor Angela Merkel saying the events in Japan taught that the risks which were regarded as totally unlikely are not completely so. When a highly developed country like Japan, with high safety standards and norms, experienced the consequences they did for having relied so significantly on nuclear power, we would expect the world to take note. Today, 26% of Germany's energy is sourced from renewables, a change prompted by the German public in pushing their government toward renewable energy solutions, starting with the rise of the anti-nuclear and environmental movements of the 60s and 70s, and consolidated by later successes of the Green Party in government, which influenced policies. South Africa, however, tends to embrace more coal, more nuclear, more shale gas. Out of a general feeling of vulnerability and a mild panic in the wake of load shedding, the South African public are less inclined to question decisions regarding nuclear power and other less desirable solutions. Sadly, it is presently easier for people to buy diesel generators than it is for them to buy solar geysers. as long as government places negative controls on the renewable energy industry by not offering subsidies like it does for the coal mining industry, it blocks access to renewable energy for many ordinary people who would like to use it. The ACDP would like to see a greater focus on encouraging production of renewable energy locally and community ownership. Renewables provide an opportunity for greater decentralization of energy, the use of technology to empower many more people, and offsetting of high
Thank you,
consumer bills
Honorable
as
Dudley.
unused power is returned to the grid. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mchabiseki Kalo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let us begin by acknowledging the fact that the social problems we are facing today as a nation, problems such as poverty, drug abuse, violent crimes, and violent protest activities in our country are caused by the very subject we are discussing today in this parliament. The fundamental question we are having as African Independent Congress is whether we as political parties represented in this parliament honest enough when introducing these topics for discussion. Are we introducing them with the aim of finding honest solutions, or are we just introducing them for political grandstanding? If that is the case, the AIC is not interested, because the AIC is not a commercial political party hell-bent in swinging the unsuspecting ordinary people back and forth between stock answers, whose only effect seems to be who gets elected. If anything, the problems get worse, and the people out there feel increasingly helpless and frustrated. As a society, we are stuck, and we have been stuck for more than 20 years. The gap between the haves and the have-nots is widening every financial year because the ruling party abandoned the pro-poor economic policy, which was well-researched, based on evidence, qualitative and quantitative research methods. That was the Reconstruction and Development Program, RDP. Had the policy not been thrown out of the window immediately after 1994, South Africa would have covered a lot of ground in terms of closing the gap between the haves and the have-nots. The AIC is convinced that the current economic policies that are pursued by the ANC government would not fundamentally change the status quo because they are aimed at enriching those who are well connected. Let us put the triple BEE under scrutiny, for example. In their website page, there is no database to indicate the detailed information about the beneficiaries of this program. In order to avoid a spontaneous revolution in this country, the AIC would strongly support the call of Economic Indaba by UDM, where all key stakeholders like professional research institutions, policy analysts, civil society organizations, church-based organizations, traditional leaders, academia, political scientists, business, fraternity, etc., will converge and chart the way forward. Let me remind you about what Tata Mandela has said. When a man is denied the right to live the life he believes in, he has no choice but to become
Don't do
an
that.
outlaw.
Rule 49, Honorable Gallo. Honorable Mbinda.
Honorable Chair, the growing economic crisis facing this country is there for everyone to see. Anyone who's attempting to refute the crisis is a crisis himself, because all the variables of the economy are showing one thing: decline in the foreign exchange, decline in our exports, or a growing depleted surplus on trade balance, and a decline in employment. As the PAC, we will not use this debate to re-describe the obvious. we will focus ourselves on the pertinent issue of the solutions. You can never find a solution when you have not properly defined a problem. And the solution that our land colleagues who have spoken before us have presented, in our humble view, more from wrong problem. The problem, as PAC sees it, is that our economy has its foundations on the colonial paradigm. The colonial paradigm separates society into two categories, the oppressed and the oppressor. Our business community has taken as its fundamental interest a position to be an oppressor. Therefore, all its orientation in terms of exchange, means of production and distribution are that of an oppressor. The workers employed or unemployed have been positioned as oppressed. Chair, then this makes a volatile and antagonistic relationship in one nation divided into two parts. To make it worse, the African workers carry the maximum weight of the brutality and the ruthlessness of this paradigm of the economy. So the solution for us is total eradication of exploitation. Economy and work in particular should have the happiness of our citizens. On the exchange, the PAC states that we cannot have a thriving economy that assures self-determination and sovereignty as long as the Reserve Bank is a private entity. The PAC calls for a nationalization of the Reserve Bank. If that option is unpalatable, we should shift the function of monetary policy from the Reserve Bank to Financial Service Board. You cannot have a private entity having an equal status to Parliament in terms of monetary policies in deciding law, because monetary policy is more than a policy. It has the same behavior as legislation. Furthermore, the amount of the government expenditure should be directed on national companies with indigenous ideas, services, and products to avoid outflow of money and to rebalance the trade deficit. Hence, we are unhappy with the monetary policy direction, which generates inflation by itself, therefore reducing circulation and money, particularly to the African community.
Thank you.
It creates indebtedness, which is a problem in our society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Fabs.
Yes, good afternoon, Honourable Chairperson. Greetings to the House, all the honourable colleagues here, as well as to our people in South Africa in general. There's absolutely no doubt that the foundations of our growth path have been the commodity super cycle. And at the same time, we've experienced in the last few years a period of rapid consumer credit expansion. We've analyzed this, and we have come up as an ANC government with a number of instruments to actually take account of and address what has been described by many economists to the left and the right as changing GDP patterns, And these reflect, let me remind members of this House, at one stage, it was China who saved the West during their economic crisis. Now, China itself is experiencing a slowdown because it has changed its economic growth trajectory. What we have looked at is how to address a more inclusive and faster growth trajectory. And to that end, honourable members, the ANC government is deepening its relationship with the private sector. It acknowledges there have been challenges in both sectors. But blame is not the name of the game. What we have got to do, if we put our country first and our people, is to actually, in this time of challenge, to come together. Now, I'm very pleased that the Honourable Minister Patel has already dealt with the jobs issue. And let me remind honourable members, you criticise the unions, what role do they play, etc. May I remind you that in the workplace, there are both captains of industry and workers. Without workers, you won't get very far. So we do need to address that. What the Honourable Minister Patel also dealt with, and therefore I won't deal with again, is the challenge of steel. Steel coming into our country at lower prices. That is true. That is quite true. But the President has actually put together a group to address that issue in a responsible manner, not a commission, no. Now, in terms of the drivers, what we've taken a decision on is to develop drivers to drive our economy. And may I remind honourable members, we're not the only people who think that the global economy has deteriorated. Only last night, or perhaps it was early this morning, I was still up, Bloomberg's were saying, and they're a privately held financial software data and media company headquartered in New York, that we can expect serious negative economic conditions globally from the slowing Chinese economy. And as Honourable Patel pointed out, the IMF has repeatedly revised down global growth forecasts. Well, that would be a simplistic view, but may I point to the 5 cost drivers? Honourable members and people of our country, one of the key cost drivers here for the ANC will be a focus on the key productive sectors, specifically the implementation of a higher impact IPAP and agro-processing chain. And someone mentioned about Nkandla, and that we put it in the papers. We are begging to get space. The other day, we had a very good news story from agro-processing, which indicated, yes, 1 in 1 hour. For the first time since 2007, South Africa, for those interested in food, South Africa has achieved a positive trade balance in agro-processed products. I think we should applaud that, Honourable Chair. It's a very difficult issue. Secondly, it has contributed about 255,000 jobs to the manufacturing sector in 2014. Now, related to that, we were very interested in decentralized milling operations because, as many of us know, at one stage they were fairly decentralized 40 years ago, and then they all came to Gauteng, the whole lot. No wonder the maize costs so much. You grow your maize, you transport it to Gauteng, it gets milled, you send it back, more costs. So, of course, yes, I acknowledge that I wasn't around at the time. Now, and neither was Gauteng. May I tell you, there was no 9 provinces, there were 5. The smalls. Honourable Chair.
Order, honourable members, please.
You know,
allow the speaker to be heard.
May I say, people of South Africa, that it's clear when the African National Congress wants to stand here and give good news, even if it's about food security, the DA is not interested at all. Notwithstanding that, unlike them, we are not parochial. We work with the Western Cape government, and that is why you've got a 7 billion Saldanha expenditure. We work with you, because we are not petty and parochial. Secondly, in in Atlantis. We worked with you again. Notwithstanding, when our minister was there, he was not included in one picture on your front pages, only your premier. And we opened up the Gestamp factory. But that's fine, empty vessels make the most noise. Let us simply carry on. Now let's look at Unilever. Unilever has got 33 companies, I think it is, internationally. Is that not correct? Yes. Four of them are in South Africa, and Unilever says this is a great company to invest in. Gestamp in the Atlantis I have already referred to. Someone mentioned the SEZs, etc. The SEZs is also going to be used as a very reliable employer to grow the economy. But because I've been interrupted, let me indicate that the IPAP, there will be a recalibration of industrial financing to address conditionalities. There will also be building on existing platforms, production platforms. We have also established a 23 billion black industrialist policy and program. We are also going to boost oil and gas, metals, engineering, capital equipment, and the like. And of course, when the commodity boom went down, you did get a slump in mining equipment and the rest. We know government must be more innovative. We have acknowledged that. But when are the private sector going to become more innovative? With reference to the DA that put this motion here, they had a 5-point plan reduced to 3 points. Where is skills and capacity? Everyone in South Africa from left to right acknowledge that without strategic skills, we will not employ people, we will not grow our country. And when I say employ...
Order, members.
Decent employment. With respect to transfer pricing, may I say that with respect to transfer pricing, we know a great chunk of funds is going in the wrong direction. But the committees, 5 committees are working on this, and as the EFF knows, we have not yet concluded. The ANC do want to get more.
Very much.
And
your time has now expired.
The ANC does not support that motion.
Honorable Ollis.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think that the ANC today sounds a lot like a science fiction movie called Star Trek, or a TV series. Minister Patel sounds exactly like the captain of the Starship Enterprise. You know, they live in the future, in a dreamland that we haven't got to, where everything's already just about perfect. You can come and make statements that don't exist, and just by saying them, they're coming to being. You know, you can say words like cogeneration, and suddenly power stations just poof, come out of the sky. You know, Minister Patel can come up to this podium and say, make it so. And everyone in South Africa rushes out there to quickly go and do the bidding of the ANC. Most of those cogeneration plants don't exist. There's a handful of them in the country. We desperately need many of them. And this infrastructure investment, you know, he tells you, oh, there's all this infrastructure investment. Well, Engineering News wrote an interesting article about the ANC's investment in infrastructure, where they actually said that there are not enough project managers to actually roll out the desired dream of all this infrastructure, and so it's not happening. The private sector is starting to have to tell government, this is what you actually need. Government can't even tell the private sector what they need for this infrastructure investment program. And of course, in the ANC world, you can invent numbers. You know, you can just stand up here and create numbers. Well, Minister Patel has found this little chink that he thinks he's got in the DA's armor of 5,000 youth jobs that have been lost. What he doesn't tell you is that here in the real world, we deal with Stats SA. And Stats SA has got actual published figures. He doesn't want you to read the rest of them, just the little ones that he gives you, you know, the 5,000. The real figures of Stats SA are that there's this thing called expanded unemployment. Expanded unemployment means it includes everyone who's unemployed that can't find a job and all of those people who've given up looking for a job. The previous governor of the Reserve Bank says that's the only useful measure of unemployment we should be using. And let me tell you about that unemployment figure. The Western Cape, which you were so eager to rubbish in your Star Trek universe, every quarter since 2009, when the Western Cape was run by the DA, the Western Cape has got the lowest expanded definition of unemployment. Not one quarter, not 2 quarters, not 1 year, not 2 years, every quarter since 2009. I'm afraid you can't manufacture those figures. But Chairperson, I digress. This is really about jobs. The people of South Africa want freedom, the people of South Africa want fairness, and the people of South Africa want opportunities to get jobs. But what they get instead from the Zuma regime of the ANC is the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. That's what you're giving them. The Zuma regime of South Africa's offers young people of South Africa a government job if you're connected to the president of the country. You get a rigged tender, but only if you're connected to certain ministers. And maybe, just maybe, if you can't get any of that, you get a little bit of an EPWP opportunity for about 2 or 3 months. That's the offer of the ANC to the people of South Africa.
Honorable Ollis, please take your seat. Honorable Patel.
Can I check whether the speaker is prepared to take a question?
Are you prepared to take a question, Honorable Ollis?
I'll take a question at the end.
Thank
The
you.
point is, Speaker, Chairperson, that corruption kills jobs, and everyone knows it. Corruption kills jobs, and everyone knows it. And a T-shirt, a sandwich, and a free trip to the election stadium are not going to fix it. We need to create jobs. But let me tell you how the ANC creates jobs. They imported trains from Spain for 3.6 billion rand. And at the time, I was the spokesperson of transport of the opposition, and I said, this is a bad idea. The Spanish company, Foslo, in Spain, published a news article saying, thank you so much for the contract. You've created 1,200 jobs in Spain. But what you can do is order a Class 19E upgrade locomotive from Union Carriage and Wagon in Ekurhuleni at half the price, 50% of the price, and create all those 1,200 jobs in Ekurhuleni. So the ANC government keeps on sending jobs overseas to build trains that we now discover don't even work on our railway lines. And you've sent 1,200 jobs to the Spanish. And the people of Ekurhuleni are sitting on the side of the road saying, please give me a job. That's what we've got in this government. We have a plan. First of all, you've heard before, get rid of the tourism killing regulations. You've heard what we would do in other sectors of the economy, and we would also, yes, Minister Patel, change certain things about the labor laws, and I'm just going to give you 3. Give workers a secret ballot so that we can have democracy and not have bullying of trade unions. Treat all unions equally. And stop the extension of bargaining council agreements. I thank you.
Orde. Dit sluit die debat en die besig van die dag. Die huis is vandag.